I'll get them down. Oh, we go to Golden Knights game tonight. We'll be there before the game.
We will be convening the City Council meeting in 1 minute. Okay, by the time I finish reading all this, they'll be here. Okay. The December 17th, 2025 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded and can be viewed live on City of Las Vegas TV on Cox Cable Channel 2. You can also watch the meetings live online and access other city content by visiting lasvegasnevada.gov/connect. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on the City of Las Vegas TV the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 p.m., Saturday at 7 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available in the clerk's office or in the rear of our chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizens participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that is in need for hearing impaired equipment, please see city clerk staff. And please note, if you are parked in the parking garage across the street, a self-validation machine is located in the foyer between council chambers and the security desk you walk through to enter these chambers. You must have your ticket with you to use this machine. If you do not have your ticket, see security personnel when exiting for a validation coupon. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise and remain standing for the invocation given by Rabbi Shia Harlig, Chabad of Southern Nevada, and please remain standing as our district attorney, Steve Wilson, leads us in the pledge. No, the prayer first.
The prayer?
Rabbi, I'm in charge of this meeting.
Thank you. So when I see a podium, I always think I'm in charge. But thank you for the honor. So we'll say, Ribono Shel Olam, Master of the universe, source of wisdom, justice, and compassion. We stand before you to acknowledge the human authority is a sacred trust and that leadership carries a moral responsibility beyond law alone. We ask for your presence and your guidance as this council gathers to serve the people of the city of Las Vegas. We gather during these sacred days of Hanukkah, a season that recalls the courage of the Maccabees, men and women who stood few in numbers but firm in spirit. When faced with violence, forced conformity, and the desecration of our holy temple, they refused to surrender their faith or their consciousness. Their victory was not only militarily, but it was also moral. And when they returned to our holy temple, restored what had been broken, they found a single cruse of pure oil, enough for one day, yet it burned for 8 days. From that moment forward, Hanukkah stood as a testament that light, once kindled, can endure far beyond all expectation. In our time, we are reminded that darkness still seeks to assert itself. Our hearts turn to Australia, where 15 innocent lives were taken, including 2 Chabad rabbis, in this recent terror attack. We mourn those who were murdered simply for who they were. We pray for healing for the wounded, for comfort for the brave, and the strength for the community shaken by violence. May their memories be a blessing, and may their loss deepen our resolve to stand against hatred, cruelty in all forms. Our tradition teaches, Neir Havaya Nishmas Odom, the soul of a human being is a lamp of God. Every life is sacred flame. Terror seeks to extinguish that flame and to spread fear. But Hanukkah teaches us that even one light, protected and shared, can push back overwhelming darkness. Jewish tradition also teaches that long before there were nations, governments, or faith communities, humanity was given a shared moral foundation. It's called the 7 Noahide laws. These universal principles affirm the sanctity of life, the rejection of violence and theft, blessing of God, and the obligation to establish systems of justice. They remind us that law is not merely about maintaining order, but above all, advancing moral responsibility and human dignity. The message of Hanukkah resonates deeply here in Las Vegas, a city known throughout the world as a city of lights. Hanukkah is connected to lights. May these lights never be the only symbol of brightness and spectacle, but reflect the vigilance warmth, and care for one another. May this city shine as a place where diversity is respected, safety is cherished, and light stands for life rather than loss. Bless the members of this council with wisdom, patience, and moral clarity. Help them govern with humility, to listen with empathy, and to act with courage. May their decisions uplift the vulnerable, strengthen the community, and reflect the highest value upon which a just society is built. May the one who makes peace above in the heaven bring peace upon us, upon the city, and upon all those who dwell on the earth. In Hebrew, it's Oseh Shalom Bimromav, Hu Yaseh Shalom Aleinu, V'Kol Yisrael, V'Imru, Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi, and happy Hanukkah. And Mr. DA, would you lead us in the pledge?
My pleasure. Thank you, Mayor. I pledge
Allegiance. Okay, thank you so much. And now we will proceed with the ceremonials. We would like to start the ceremonials today by the swearing in of our new Department 2 judge. Would Peter Bellin please come up to the podium? Hello. Congratulations. I'm very happy. And joining him is his brother, Mike Bellin, and District Attorney Steve Wolfson. We're very pleased to have you here with Peter today. Okay. Yeah, this one, okay. Oh, we didn't need that anyway. Okay, would you mind raising your right hand? Yeah, we want to get the pictures. Mr. Bellin, do you solemnly swear that you will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that you will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, that you are not under any direct or indirect obligation to vote for, appoint, or elect any person to any office, position, or employment in our city government, that you are a bona fide resident at your stated address, and that you will faithfully perform the duties of the office in which you are about to enter. So help you God.
I do, so help me God.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, and I understand that your brother Mike will have the honor and privilege of robing you.
He will.
Please proceed. Okay. And now, Your Honor, would you care to say a few words? Okay. Would you? Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, dear. Oh, we have to do better. No, for the pictures, you got to do that. Okay. All right, there you go. Can I help?
Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Mark Twain once said that it takes him about 2 weeks to prepare for an impromptu speech. I was appointed exactly 2 weeks ago on December 3rd, but I cannot compare with Mark Twain and his talents. So I may cheat a little bit and look at my phone, but first I want to thank Mayor Berkeley, Mayor Pro Tem Knutson, as well as all the councilwomen for their vote of confidence in me. It's an honor to end my career. I had retired, and now I'm not retired, but this will be my last year as a caretaker. It's an honor to end it on the bench serving the people of Las Vegas, a city that I love and I've made home for almost a half a century. You can tell by the accent I was not born here in Las Vegas, but I came here in 1980 to make it my home. I went to UNLV, I graduated, I worked my way as a security guard at the Landmark Hotel, a blackjack dealer at the Riviera and the Flamingo Hilton, a short stint as a high school teacher before I left to go back to New York for law school. That was well before we had Boyd School of Law here. I've been very lucky and blessed in my career. I've been a practicing attorney for over 33 years, and now I get to end my career on the bench. I've always measured success by substance and not by symbols. And so I've been blessed personally and professionally, but the best thing about all those years in Las Vegas are the people I've met and the experiences and the memories I've had. Las Vegas has given me some of the greatest memories of my life. I want to thank, there's a lot of the judges here. I get an opportunity to make more memories with some great Muni Court judges, as well as the staff, the marshals I've already met, great people. I've actually was a public attorney for 22 years in the city, and I got to meet all these people, and that's one of the reasons I decided to come back, just to be with these people. I also want to thank a lot of my friends, these other memory makers that are here today joining me. Thank them for the memories that we've created. And I'm just glad to be able to serve the public. I love Las Vegas. It's been great to me, and I hope I can make everybody proud on the bench for the next year, as proud as my friends and family has made me of them. So thank you very much, and I look forward to having Steve Wilson never speak again in public. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, we're now, before everyone leaves, let's do a photo.
Because you're tall.
Congratulations.
Michael Joseph.
Okay. We got to go to work, and we got to go to work.
It's not a day off. It's not like Peter Bellin Day in the city, like the dreidels. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's so funny. Okay. This is the ceremonial portion of our council agenda. And for our first item, I want to invite our Executive Director of Community Development, Seth Floyd, to join us. Our employees strive to meet our values of being kind, committed, and smart, and they work to build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Tom Burkhart. Tom, please join us. Very cute. Congratulations. Tom is a development services administrator and has been with the city since 2000. Tom plays a critical role in supporting contractors, developers, and engineers, consistently serving as a dependable resource and problem solver. His ability to navigate complex situations and provide guidance reflects his vast understanding of city systems and processes. Tom has the ability to help the customer through through the city's process while also keeping in mind the standards and regulations we have to enforce. He also maintains a positive attitude and exemplifies our core values of being kind, committed, and smart. Beyond his daily responsibilities, Tom actively looks for ways to enhance workflow and drive efficiencies. His forward-thinking mindset and dedication to continuous improvement have had a lasting and positive impact on productivity. Tom, thank you so much for all of your hard work to make our city safer and a safer place to live. And I'd like to give Mr. Floyd a chance to say a few words, and then we will have a photo.
Thank you, Mayor. So first of all, this is a long time coming. I think a lot of us were surprised that Tom has not received this award before. At least our team was a little bit surprised. And I think that's because for the last decade plus, when we talk about our development review process, which by the way, I think is the best in the Valley, maybe in the country, a central piece of that is having a single point of contact, one person you can call to get all your issues resolved. And we consistently get that feedback. But what we've also learned is it's not just having the position for it, it's also the person who's in the position. And I think Tom has tried to give this up a number of times. When I first started, he's like, oh, I think we need to, get a team around me and get some other people. But it's Tom, and you can't replace Tom. So he has done an excellent job over the years, and he's simply exceptional. He leads by example. He shows up with a good attitude. He always knows that he can find a solution to every problem. But with that, and I don't want to take too much time, but you were actually nominated by two people, Tom. One of them you know about, which is Mike Cunningham. The other is our planning commissioner, Trinity Schlotman. We were in a, Trinity, stand up. Trinity's here. And I think that's a real credit that we have developers and contractors showing up to celebrate this day with Tom. But we were at a meeting getting some feedback, and Trinity said, if you don't nominate Tom Burkhart for Employee of the Month, I'm going to lose faith in the city. And I said, well, we better make that happen, and Mike Cunningham did. So Mike, I just wanted you to add a few words as well since you did the nomination.
Thank you, Seth. All right, good morning, everybody, and I'm glad to hear someone else did nominate him because I think I'm on the bad side of Tom because it's making him very uncomfortable. So I get to share it now. But I just wanted to add a couple things. So Tom, as the mayor mentioned, is pivotal or is super good for our development community. He helps out. The development process is very complicated, as everyone knows. There's tons of departments you got to deal with. There's a lot of jurisdictions. There's a lot of steps. We streamline it the best we can, but it's still a very complicated process. Tom helps out with some of the more complicated ones, and a lot of the projects that are downtown that are even more complicated because of the unique situations. He does it all while knowing enough about everyone's processes to get the customers to where they got to go. He knows what the city needs, and he knows what the developer needs. And he is a very humble person, so he does say often, it's not me, it's the position. The only thing I would say to that, I worked on the private side before I came to this city, and we worked at a lot of jurisdictions, a lot of states, and there was people that had this position. They even had a whole team to try to do what Tom does. They weren't as beneficial, they weren't as helpful, so all I would say is they had the position, but they did not have the Tom. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. This is very distracting looking out and seeing your face in the crowd, so I'm going to try to turn so I really don't see my face anymore. And just really just first thanking the mayor and council for giving me this opportunity to say a few words today. And of course, Mike and Seth. All right, I'll look at myself for a while too out here. But yeah, I mean, you don't get nice words said about you without having the best team in the world. And for 25 years, I've had the best coworkers. I'm going to try to keep this quick because they're the ones that do all the work. So if they're in here, there's literally nothing getting done right now. But no, they're the best. They're the nicest. They're the greatest people on the planet. And I just appreciate every day that I come to work. My job, as Mike and Seth said, is pretty special because I do get to work a lot with a lot of our amazing small business owners and developers and contractors and architects and engineers on the private side. And over all that time, I've gotten to have a lot of fantastic relationships on that end as well. So I value that immensely as well. And on a personal note, of course, I couldn't take this opportunity without thanking the person that means the most to me, my wife, Jen, who's always been there for me. And she's also a small business owner. No, she's busy working because small business owners don't get a day off. So, but I know she's watching, and I'm just very grateful, and I'm a lucky person to have her. So I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to just say a few words and thank everyone that's meant so much to me. So thank you.
You go in front of the, can you move that back? Come on, Trinity. Yes. Okay. Thank you. For our final ceremonial item, Councilwoman Summers Armstrong will recognize a local nonprofit that has been doing great work in our community. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor Berkeley. I'd like to invite Tristan Hightower Skidmore and Melody Loveday to the podium. Today I have the privilege of introducing a remarkable local organization that has been making strides to combat food insecurity and provide much needed social services to Clark County. Through their active and dedicated involvement, they help transform neighborhoods into thriving, connected communities. The Just One Project leads this transformation by connecting people with nutritious food and essential services like housing assistance, resource navigation, and workforce development, providing a holistic approach to the challenges faced by those in need. It is my honor to welcome Tristan Hightower Skidmore and Melody Loveday from the Just One Project to join us here today. Tristan acts as the Senior Executive Director of Revenue for the Just One Project, while Melody Loveday is the Director of Community Partnerships. Along with the rest of the Just One Project staff, they form an extraordinary team dedicated to the transformative work of creating vibrant and healthy communities and that will thrive for generations. My team writes all this great stuff, and it's a lot, okay. The Just One Project's mission is to provide food assistance and wraparound social services to help individuals and families achieve stability, growth, and self-sufficiency. Their impactful work includes managing community markets, mobile food pantries, and running a meal delivery service. A shining example of their efforts is the TJOP's Emergency Food Distribution Program, which distributed 874,000 pounds of food to nearly 64,000 people, representing 18,150 families just last month during the government shutdown. So I'm going to go off script a little bit, personal privilege. I served 2 terms in the state legislature, 21, which was COVID. Never seen anything like this happen, right? We were all taken aback. And we were devastated. We were on lockdown. And we as leaders, community leaders and government officials were given lists of resources that we could use when we were getting phone calls from our communities. Ward 5 was part of my legislative representative work, as well as some parts in North Las Vegas, and a lot of seniors. And I can remember getting phone calls from seniors who were terrified to leave home. And I got the Just One Project on the phone, and they made contactless deliveries to senior citizens throughout my assembly district at the time. And I'm so moved by that. I still see a lot of those seniors today. They're alive. They are fed. They know that there are resources for them. And the Just One Project is in Ward 5. And I'm so grateful to have you all as a partner. I get teary-eyed because it's so important that we look out for one another when times are difficult. So I just want you all to join me in recognizing the Just One Project as Citizen of the Month and celebrating the outstanding contributions that their dedicated team makes to our community. And we have a proclamation for you, but first I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. So give them a round of applause.
Thank you, everybody. So my name is Tristan Hightower Skidmore. I'm the Senior Executive Director of Revenue at the Just One Project, and we're so honored to be here with you today. When our CEO and founder, Brooke Neubauer, started the Just One Project, her intention was not to create the agency that we are today. It was to create opportunities for herself and her family and her friends to show up and serve our community. She believed from the beginning that it takes just one person to make the difference, to make a meaningful difference in the life of others. This proclamation means a lot to me because I think it's proof of that concept. It's all of us showing up every single day to be that just one person for just one other person, but our collective power makes really deep, meaningful, and transformational impacts in our community. So myself and all of TGOP, we're really grateful to serve together with all of you. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem has the proclamation.
Why don't you go in front?
Yes. Go for it.
We're twinning today. We're repping the paint.
Congratulations. Thank you. Please give happy to Brooke, and I told Councilman. This one started in Ward 3. It was so small though. So I'm glad you guys have more space to do. You too. Thank you. Yes, you too. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it.
Okay, are we all in? We're all almost pretty soon. Okay. Agenda item number 8, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. We will set the time limit at 2 minutes. Is there anybody wishing to speak to the city council? Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Lovely mayor, beloved Mayor Shelley. How are you doing today?
Well, thank you.
I'm glad to hear that, and a fantastic, fabulous council. My name is Eric Melchizedek Christ Nimrod. You can find the Ethiopian king Nimrod in Genesis, the 10th chapter, the 6th to the 12th verse, being congratulated as a mighty hunter because he saved the human race from the animals that came off the ark and turned wild and were attacking the human race. So you'll read in the Bible where it says, Nimrod, the mighty hunter before the Lord, meaning in the presence of the Lord. And he built 8 cities for the people to live in to protect them from the wild beasts. I like that guy. Yeah. Agenda 27, I support, to support public education activities and programs, wards 1, 3, and 5, and also agenda number 28, National Fitness Campaign, National Innovation Zone Program, because you need an educated mind and a fit body to be able to do the mission that you're given from the divine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nimrod. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Is this for anything on the agenda?
It has to be on the agenda, but it's anything on the agenda. Do you have you look puzzled.
I do.
Can I help you?
We don't have something on the agenda. Is there a time that we'll be able to speak at the end?
At the end of the agenda, there'll be public comment, and you could say anything you want.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, my name is Michelle Baker. I'm Community Manager for the Lakes Association. I'm speaking on reference to item 43. This is the general plan amendment for the Kalita Group. I didn't receive one of these. This is just a happenstance. Every type of notification that's come to me has been by word of mouth by someone else. I've reached out to homeowners that reside within the area and proximity who should be notified. They all have confirmed they've received no notification. I'd like this to be started over in as far as notifying people. When they're asking for a variance, you're talking about single-story homes, two-story homes. We're talking about ownership. You're trying to squeeze in a variance for more in a condensed residency, apartment living, and a community that's already, having that much more in an area, which they say that they're going to have a traffic study. I was at the last meeting or hearing. They said they were going to notify everybody about neighborhood meetings. I didn't hear anything. I was also promised by the people who were a part of that group that they would notify me. I received no information other than somebody else reaching out to me asking me if I knew anything. So I would like to be properly notified.
Thank you so much. And Mr. City Attorney, what is the procedure when it comes to notifying?
Thank you, Mayor Jeff Dorkak, City Attorney. As you know, there's some postcards involved with a distance generally of 1,000 feet. We will get to that item when we get to 43, and the leadership of community development has some answers for that particular complaint. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Would you care to address the council?
Yes, ma'am, and good morning. My name is Daniel Hall. I live on Beaver Creek Court across the street from the Kalita project, the proposed Kalita project. I have a lot of things to say in a short period of time, so I'll just hit these high points. First of all, high-density apartments in the lakes that was built 40 years ago is a veritable anthill of overcrowding that the neighborhood was not designed for, nor is it capable of supporting. Number two, the council will have to approve a change in density from what it is actually right now. There's in this project, there will be over 1,000 cars added to a 1 square block area, 1,000 to 1,500 cars. This area cannot support that. These streets are 25 to 35 mile per hour single lane roads. They're not designed for that kind of traffic. There was no traffic study done. What about MJ Christensen Elementary School? Has anybody looked at, can they support the influx of pupils? There's kids walking to school, there's people riding bikes, there's pedestrians. The significant increase in danger is going to be significant. So for all those reasons and more, I don't think, before you tear down a multi-million-dollar facility, which is a perfectly good facility, before you cut down hundreds of beautiful mature trees that's on that property, thousands of mature shrubs and bushes, before you tear down a pre-K daycare center, standalone daycare center, $1 million facility in and of itself. Before you tear all that stuff down, why don't we look at trying to use that property for what was originally intended? I'm sure, Mayor, you have a lot of these companies on speed dial where you could pick up the phone and call them, Rob Roy is Switch or Meta or Microsoft, all these companies that come into our city. There's data centers being built everywhere. This property could be used in some capacity. And finally, procedurally, I would like to echo what Michelle said. It was not proper notification. And finally, with all due respect to Councilwoman Kelly, she was appointed 3 months ago. She was not elected by the citizens. There should be a better amount of time rather than in the middle of the week, 8 days before Christmas, to bring this before the City Council for approval.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to address the council? In that case, we will move to agenda item number 9. For possible action, any items from the 9:30 a.m. session that the council, staff, and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem?
Madam Mayor, I have one item at 63A through 63B, 25-0466, VAR1 and SUP1. This is a public hearing. Applicant is Rhythm Roast, owner BJH Property LLC on .97 acres at 2747 North Rainbow Boulevard. There's an abeyance request by the applicant to January 21st, 2026 City Council meeting. That'll be my motion.
All right. Thank you so much. Shall we vote on the motion? Post? Post. Who's, has, oh. Oh. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item number 10, for possible action to approve the final minutes by reference of the November 19th, 2025 regular City Council meeting. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Move to approve the minutes.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Agenda item 11. Items number 11 through 31 are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items the council wishes to bring forward? Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the consent agenda items 11 through 31?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. We will now hear related items 32, 33, and 34 together, but act on them separately. Item 32. Regarding the fair market value of the City of Las Vegas owned real property located at 6211 Vegas Valley Drive in anticipation of the sale of the real property. Item 33, discussion for possible action to approve a letter of intent between the City of Las Vegas and Patriot Housing LV LLC for the sale of City of Las Vegas owned real property located at 6211 Vegas Valley Drive for $8,959,000. Item 34, R-89-2025, discussion for possible action to approve a resolution of the Las Vegas City Council pursuant to NRS 268.063, finding that it is in the best interest of the public to sell City of Las Vegas-owned real estate located at 6211 Vegas Valley Drive for less than fair market value to Patriot Housing LV, LLC. These items are in Clark County. Item 32 is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Ms. Boyce.
Yes. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Teresa Boyce, Real Estate Manager. And we're opening this hearing for the fair market value of the city-owned real property located at 6211 Vegas Valley Drive, which is appraised for $8,960,000.
Thank you so much. I understand that a representative from Patriot Housing is here to make a presentation related to items 33 and 34.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Bob Gronauer, who'll do this presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Grunauer.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. It's my honor to be before you on these three matters on behalf of my client, Patriot Housing, with Fixed Development. Fairly quickly here, this process started with the mayor kicking it off with the city manager, with Mike Jansen. We met several months ago to look at several properties throughout the city that can be disposed of as one of your assets to get to the goal of providing veteran housing. We work very closely with Teresa and other members of your staff, and that's why we're here today. To give you a little bit of background, as you can see on the overhead here, this is a property that's approximately 31 acres. It's currently a part of your solar farm. This is owned by the city. The property is actually located in Clark County. Part of this proposal of what we're trying to work with the city is to develop a portion of this property, as you can see up in the upper left-hand corner of the map here, which would be in the northwest portion of the property, where we would take down approximately 14.7 acres of property for this proposed development. The little kicker here is we got to go through entitlements in Clark County. I want to thank Commissioner Tick Sigerbloom. He has already allowed us to start that process to go through those entitlements, and I know that he's had conversations with members of the council and Mayor Berkeley on this. So we have already commenced that process. We are probably going to be somewhere about up to 4 to 6 months to go through that entitlement process in Clark County. And during that time, we will be negotiating the DDA with your city attorney's office, that we're already turning pages with your city representatives. That being said, on behalf of my client, this has been something that he's been looking to do as a legacy project. As you know, Nevada, Southern Nevada, or this country, we have a veterans housing issue outside of a housing crisis. And I appreciate, along with my client, giving us this opportunity to do something special here in Southern Nevada to address that goal where that need is to address for the veteran housing. So I look forward to coming back up here in the near future as we continue these steps, and I'm here to answer any other questions that you might have.
Before we do that, is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Francis, please, take all the time you want.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say this project is really encouraging, and I'm glad to see things like this materializing for us in Southern Nevada. And I want to welcome any future projects that you have in Ward 4. We love our veterans in Ward 4, and we even have the state's Veterans Memorial moving into Ward 4. So if you can find a plot of land, I don't think you're going to find one as large of parcel, but I welcome more housing for veterans in my area too.
Thank you.
And yes, please, Ms. Bruni.
Thank you. I think this is a great project because I think it's a great project. Can you just, for the public, or just so it's on record, just provide a brief overview of how many units of housing and some of the amenities, if you can, just so the public watching knows what a great project this is.
Yeah, we'll be
please.
providing a wraparound services for the veterans with with the veteran housing component to be able to reside on the property itself. Currently, and the number changes as we go through, but it's approximately 348 total units that would be constructed. 108 of them will be for supportive housing, and 240 will be for affordable apartment units for the veterans. Thank you, Teresa.
Anyone else wishing to speak? In that case, no action is required on item 32. We will need a motion on item 34 before 33. Is there a motion on item 34? Councilman Knudsen.
I'm going to move to approve item 34.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 33, I need a motion.
And with appreciation, Ms. Boyce, and to your clients, Mr. Gronauer, thank you very much, and I'll move to approve item 33.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Please thank your client. We're very, very excited about this project and look forward to its completion.
Thank you.
Very welcome. We'll now move on to item 35. Agenda item 35, boards and commissions. Discussion for possible action regarding the appointment of nominee Aaron Jimenez to the Board of Civil Service Trustees. The Board of Civil Service Trustees is comprised of 5 members appointed by the City Council for a 4-year term. Members are limited to 2 full terms, and there are no requirements to fill an unexpired portion of a term. Greg Clemens was appointed in 2018 and has resigned from the board. Mr. Jimenez qualifies, has the recommendation of the Human Resources Director, and wishes to be appointed to the board. Is there a motion, Councilman Knudsen?
I will move to approve.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Agenda item 36. Discussion for possible action regarding the reappointment of Bob Stodall and Craig Palacios to the Historic Preservation Commission. The Historic Preservation Commission is comprised of members filling 10 different categories. Terms are for 4 years with no limit to the number of terms that may be served. Mr. Stodall has served on the board since 1998, and Mr. Palacios has served since 2020. Both are eligible for reappointment, have the recommendation of the Community Development Director, and wish to continue serving. I move to approve these appointments. Please vote. Post. I think motion carries. For a second. Agenda item 37, new bills. Items 37 through 40, bills 2025-41, 2025-42, 2025-43, and 2025-44 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, January 5th, 2026. City Attorney, would you please read the new bills?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 2025-41, an ordinance to amend LVMC section 6.4.155 and 6.69.10 to update the definitions of the business license categories Transportation Network Company and Reflexology, respectively, to align with state law and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2025-42, an ordinance to amend LVMC section 6.2.150 to clarify the requirement that separate licenses or permits are needed for each assumed or fictitious business name utilized by a business and provide for other related matters. Bill number 2025-43, an ordinance to update the description of certain city ward boundaries, wards 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, to reflect precinct number adjustments by the Clark County Election Department and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2025-44, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, authorizing the issuance of its City of Las Vegas, Nevada various purpose revenue bonds, Series 2026A, tax exempt, and City of Las Vegas, Nevada various purpose revenue bonds, Series 2026B, taxable, for the purpose of financing building projects in the combined maximum principal amount of $90 million, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and the security therefore, and other details in connection therewith, providing other matters related thereto, and providing the effective date hereof.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 41, items 41A and 41B are on the consent agenda, are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by the Department of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion to approve this consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Items numbers 42 through 50 appear on a one motion, one vote agenda and may be considered in one motion, one vote as they are routine items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with these conditions and all standard conditions for the applications recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Item number 42.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Taylor. Good morning. I'm just here representing the applicant, Las Vegas Kyle Canyon Covenant Group.
I thank you so much. Item 42, 25-0091, applicant, Las Vegas Kyle Canyon Covenant Group, owner Alpine Village LLC, on the following land use entitlement project request on 1.46 acres at the northwest corner of Kyle Canyon Road and Alpine Ridge Way, Ward 6, Ms. Rooney. Item 42A, 25-0091-GPA1 from PCD, Planned Community Development, to SC Service Commercial. 42B, 25-0091-ZON1 from U Undeveloped Zone, PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation, to C1 Limited Commercial. Item 42C, 25-0091-SDR1 for a proposed one-story, 4,300 square foot dental office, 2,500 square foot restaurant with drive-through and 1,300 square feet of general retail development. Item 43, applicant, Kalita Residential LLC owner, ZSF Office NV Trust et al. On a land use entitlement project request from TOD2, Transit Oriented Development Low, to TOC, Transit Oriented Corridor High, on 28.07 acres at the southeast corner of Sahara Avenue and Crystal Water Way, Ward 2, Miss Kelly. Item 44, 25-0425, applicant, ACG Design owner, Oakbrook Realty and Investments 2, LLC, on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.56 acres at 307 and 319 South Main Street, CM Commercial Industrial and C2 General Commercial Zone Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Note the owner has amended at Planning Commission from Oakbrook Realty and Investments 2 LLC to Alleycat LLC, and for 25-0425-ZON1. The APN was amended from 139-34-210-003 to 139-34-210-004. Item 44A, 25-0425 Zone 1 from CM Commercial Industrial to C2 General Commercial. Item 44B, 25-02 0425 SUP1 for a proposed 10,626 square foot alcohol on-premise full use with a 14,375 square foot outdoor patio area. Item 44C, 25-0425, SUP2 for a proposed nightclub use with an outdoor patio area. 44D, 25-0425-SDR1 for a proposed two-story, 10,626 square foot nightclub development with a 14,375 square foot outdoor patio area. Item 45, 25-0441-SUP1, applicant Gazelle Cedino, owner Mershop Rainbow Boulevard LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed financial institution, specified use with waivers to allow a 1,117 square foot site area dedicated to the use where 1,500 square feet is the minimum required, and an 80-foot distance separation from residentially owned property where 200 feet is required at 1725 South Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 19, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. 46, 25-0505, RQR1, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Rainbow Plaza Enterprises LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a required review of an approved variance for an existing 55-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign located within 200 feet of a residential zone at 2201 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. 47, 25-0506-RQR1, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Joseph E. Papa and Maria Sereno Papa Revocable Trust, on a land use permit for an existing 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on 0.37 acres at 3101 West Sahara Avenue, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Item 48, 25-0507-RQR1, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner Jones 95, 2015 Holdings LLC et al. On a land use entitlement project request for a required review of an approved special use permit for a 65-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on 1.11 acres at 120 North Jones Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Mr. Knutson. Item 49, 25-0517-ROC1, applicant owner Green Shack Plaza LLC, on a land use entitlement project request for a review of condition for a previously approved site development plan review to modify condition of approval number 23, which states a traffic impact analysis must be submitted to and approved by the Department of Public Works prior to the issuance of any building or grading permits, submittal of any construction drawings, or the recordation of a map subdividing this site, whichever may occur first, on 2.18 acres on the south side of Fremont Street, approximately 405 feet southeast of Charleston Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Item 50, 25-0516-DIR1, applicant owner SC East Land Co. LLC, on a required review of a 24-month development report as required by Section 9.01 of the Sandstone Development Agreement, generally located at the southwest corner of North Sky Canyon Drive and Moccasin Road, Ward 6, Ms. Bruni. The Planning Commission recommends approval of items 22 through 25. Staff recommends approval of all items. Items 42 through 49 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Would anybody care to address the City Council?
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate do I ask now to remove something from the consent agenda?
Mr. City Attorney, I believe this is the time.
From the consent agenda, we've completed item 41. Are you asking about one motion, one vote?
Yes, I am. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Yeah, this would be the time. Mayor, I don't know offhand what the script calls for, if you're going to take the public comment first or if you'd like to take Councilwoman's comments. It's your prerogative.
Councilwoman, why don't you go ahead and do what you're going to do, and then we'll do public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to remove item 43 from the one motion, one vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody that wishes to speak on any of these items?
That was, item 43 was my request to have it postponed. I would like to see it postponed until for 30 to 60 days until everyone can be properly.
Excuse me, sir. In the motion I make, we'll pull it off the agenda, so you'll have a time to speak at that point.
No, I was just reiterating.
Yeah,
thank you for doing that, and we appreciate the opportunity to get more community involvement. So,
Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearings. Mayor Pro Tem, may I have a motion for the one motion, one vote items?
Madam Mayor, before I make the motion, I have a condition that I'm going to ask to read into the record for item number 45, and I'll ask for the applicant to accept that condition if possible. And Mr. Lowenstein, for item number 45, if you could, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Pro Tem. On the special use permit, the added condition would read as follows. The approval of this special use permit shall be limited to check cashing only. No loan, cash advance, or deferred deposit service may be provided in connection with this use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. And for the applicant, I apologize for the late notice of this. I appreciate the willingness to work on this if you're okay with that condition.
Yes, Madam Mayor, Stephanie Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, and we're in agreement with that condition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll entertain a motion at this time.
With that, I'm going to move to approve items 42 through 50 with the exception of 43, which we'll pull off for a separate hearing, and the condition that was stated into the record on item number 45.
Okay. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay. We will now hear item number 43. Please state your name for the record.
Mr. Gronauer, real quick, for the folks that are here for item 43, we're hearing it now. So this is probably where you'd want to stay and listen. Sorry.
Again, good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the applicant in this matter, Kalita Residential Development. I'll give you a little bit of a background, and then I'd like to address a couple of comments that the neighbors and community manager mentioned, because I think it can hopefully clear up some of their questions. First of all, what I want to show you here on the overhead here is the City Court building. You may be very familiar with this. This is off of just south of Sahara, as I'm showing you here. And this is Durango, which is further down here on the east of the property. Just across the street is Canyon Gate Golf Course. This was a commercial building, office building that was approved many, many years ago by the city of Las Vegas. As you may know, it's been sitting vacant for many years. It's been hard to find an end user on this property. This is approximately, that you see in yellow, is about 28 acres of property. The property is currently zoned C1. It is in your transit oriented development, which means TOD2, which allows for mixed use developments. What we're asking for is to put it in the TOC1 category to still allow us to come in with a with a mixed use development. It's just the difference is it would allow us to build up to 40 units to the acre on this property versus 30 units to the acre. Your staff is recommending approval. Your Planning Commission reviewed this and heard the opposition who spoke, and it also recommended unanimous approval. A little bit of background on this. As you know, as you go through a general plan amendment in the city of Las Vegas, you're required to do a neighborhood meeting. We had a neighborhood meeting at the Sahara Library. We had about 12 to 15 people who showed up, plus a staff member from your planning department. We had a good meeting with the neighbors. In that meeting, what the neighbors mentioned is there were some traffic concerns about circulation for future development and some of your other typical development issues that come up as far as timing, what you're proposing to do, tearing down the buildings, et cetera, et cetera. So long story short is what we told the neighbors that this general plan amendment is the first step of a longer process of what we're going to go through. So we did go through the dates for the Planning Commission hearing and the City Council hearing, which is scheduled for today. There's a notification, I'm sure your staff will confirm, that has went out to the neighbors. But here is now where I think the confusion has happened, is this property located right here, subsequently to our neighborhood meeting and our meeting with the neighbors, there was a proposed developer on this property that had a voluntary neighborhood meeting. And I think what has happened is the neighbors, some of these neighbors have confused our development with this proposed development here. Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I'm trying to use common sense here, is they're working with us on a project located here, and we told the neighbors, we will come and have another neighborhood meeting as we come through with our plans when they're finalized. What I didn't anticipate when we were at that neighborhood meeting, and it's anybody's right, that this property owner here was locked into a contract with the proposed developer looking to do something similar. And they had a neighborhood meeting. And I think that's where that confusion has arisen as far as, because we did get an email from the community manager who's here, and one of my associates explained that we didn't represent this property, and this property was separate from what we are proposing today. So I believe there's a little bit of confusion there. I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to use common sense and listening to the comments and the email correspondence that we previously had clarifying that we don't represent this property. And a matter of fact, I do know that they're probably not going to be moving forward on this property because our firm was also hired. I was hired to do some due diligence work for the lenders, and they were told that they're not going to be moving forward at this point, okay? So I do know that as far as what's happening on this property. So getting back to this property of where we are, representing Kalita, we are looking to put in a mixed-use development, commercial along the frontage. We're going to have some restaurants, some retail, looking at maybe a boutique hotel, something to that extent. We are still doing that due diligence. Kalita does mixed-use developments. They have one down off of Paradise on their other Ainsley project where I'm going to say there's a tacos and beer where the old Ruth Chris used to be in that shopping center. They own that. That's their mixed-use development with Ainsley behind there. Looking to do two separate projects for multifamily in this area. We talked to the neighbors. We do know that there's a concern about access here on Lake East Drive in this area here. We do know that there are some landscaping buffering concerns that they're going to have. We took that in consideration. We said as we come through with our drawings later on, we will have those discussions, and it's noted that we will be addressing those issues in our design. So that being said, this is on the one motion, one vote. Typically, when an item's on one motion, one vote, it's a fairly straightforward item. It should be. Your staff has recommended approval, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval, and I can answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report at this time?
Yes, good morning, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed general plan designation is consistent with the objectives of transit-oriented development, and linear corridor-oriented mixed-use development would be appropriate in this location as allowed under the proposed TOC1 or transit-oriented corridor high land use designation. The TOC1 designation is appropriate for this location because the intent of that designation is to sensitively transition to adjacent neighborhoods, and the subject site is abutting residential neighborhoods to the north, south, and west, and as such, staff is recommending approval. Thank you.
And I'm not sure you're the appropriate person to ask, but we've had two of our fellow citizens say they did not receive notice. Do you know anything about that? Did notice in fact go out? And what is the requirements for notice?
Yes, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. So I did speak with Ms. Baker, who was one of those folks who had some concerns about the notice. We looked through a few of the addresses that she identified as not having gotten notice, and our records show that notice did go to those locations. We also notified, I believe, 7 associations, but we did meet our obligations under state law for this property. Now, if what Mr. Gronauer is saying is accurate, that they're confusing this with another project, that may be true. There is another project that has at least started looking at that other site, and obviously they're totally separate projects. So in this one, I believe we have met the proper notice requirement.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion. Ms. Kelly?
May I ask Mr. Floyd another question? Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Would you, for the public record, talk about the notifications to HOAs? I understand it's voluntary, it needs to be registered. So if you could address that for me?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. Seth Floyd for the record. So we notify, and by the way, let me just clarify a couple of other things. Under state law, we're required to notify up to 750 feet. We do 1,000 feet. We do all of the record property owners within that 1,000 feet, and then any association that touches that boundary of 1,000 feet. However, we can only notify associations that are registered with the city. Not all of them are. And another thing that sometimes happens is they might be registered, but their address is out of date, and all we have in our records is whatever the last known address is. I don't know if that's what happened here, but state law actually does not require that specific notification to the associations. We do that again to go above and beyond and make sure everybody is made aware.
Okay, thank you for that. May I just continue a couple other clarification questions?
Yes, of
Madam Mayor,
course.
thank you. I know that when I came on in September, one of the things that I was concerned about is I was going to miss the first meeting in October. And so I asked the developer who agreed to obey that to the next meeting, which was done. And I'm speaking specifically both on the Planning Commission side and then also on the City Council meeting side. Or was it just on the Planning Commission when we obeyed it? It was the Planning Commission, okay. And then the Planning Commission meetings are held in the evening. After work hours, correct? Just clarifying, okay. And this is a change from, as it states on the agenda item, from TOD2 to TOD1. Will you explain for the record what that difference is, please?
Yeah,
because
so
it's already zoned TOD2.
So the zoning is actually a C1. The general plan designation is, as you stated, it's currently TOD2, transit-oriented development, which has a permitted density of 30 units per acre. The requested change to TOC1, and this is reflected in the staff report, so I'm just referring back to that, is 40 units per acre. So they're asking to essentially be allowed to go from 30 units per acre to 40.
And then when there was a concern that has been raised by some of the constituents about traffic. The city handles traffic studies after, I'm trying to be clear about this so I don't misstate. But in the process, that traffic study is not done until there's preliminary approval of the development based on the outcome of the traffic study, correct?
For the record, Seth Floyd, yes. So a couple of things. Yes, the traffic study would be done as part of a site development review. That's a typical condition of a site development review. This is not a site development review. It's just the general plan amendment. So we're a little premature for a traffic impact analysis until we know what is actually going to go into the site. And Lucian may be able to address that in a little more detail, but that's the gist of how we deal with the traffic impact analysis.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, Lucian Pyatt for the record. When that site development review does come in, we do a preliminary review of traffic. So we compare existing traffic or what it would have generated as it sits today compared to what it will be in the future on the proposed plan. But as Seth said, there's no site development review for you today to look at, so we have not analyzed any of the traffic yet.
Thank you, Lucian. And then, Mr. Floyd, if you can for me, what's the rest of the process if this were to be approved today? And if you could highlight what opportunity in that process, if any, if move forward, exists for homeowners and constituents to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Seth Floyd, for the record. So assuming they proceed with development after they get this approval, then the next step would be that site development review, and they would be starting that process fresh. They would be coming to us for a pre-application conference, and then there would be another publicly noticed meeting that would have to go through Planning Commission. We always encourage applicants to do neighborhood meetings. It's not required as part of an SDR, but often they will do those. So there would be at least one more opportunity, more than likely two, because it would probably go from Planning Commission to City Council. But we've not seen those plans yet, so I don't have a timeline, but that's how the typical process would work. So there would be further opportunity for neighborhood involvement once they actually come in with their site development review.
Thank you. And Mr. Gronauer, would the developer be open to committing to at least another neighborhood meeting?
Yes, Councilwoman, I mentioned that at our neighborhood meeting. That's typical protocol from our firm. That's what we do to keep communications. As a matter of fact, we told them we were going to do it. I'm putting it on record. I'm agreeing with you. You're going to see me more than once between now and by the time we have a neighborhood meeting there. So we already planned on doing it. And plus, I know a few of the neighbors there personally. Our kids went to school together. So I'm definitely having that neighborhood meeting, even if I did or didn't. I know them well, or I know them.
Well, and you have a reputation, Mr. Gronauer, of being an honest broker in your representations of your clients. So I feel confident that you will do what you say you're going to do, and that's very, very important to me. Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of the public hearing, is there an opportunity for the constituents who were here prior to address the council at this time?
Yes, if that is your desire.
Yes, that is my preference, please. So if they would like to address the council at this time, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Please come forward and state your name.
Good morning, all. My name's Sheldon Volgatz. Thanks for hearing us here. Can I ask that same drawing go up for just a moment that the other gentleman had, the site plan?
From Mr. Gronauer behind you, because it gets reflected.
It's right here. We have it.
Oh, is it up there? Oh, great.
Yeah,
Sorry about that.
Here we are. We're good. There you go. So if I may, Mr. Gronauer had said there may be some confusion. I think first what was a little surprising to us is we've had two meetings about two major developments there. This unit, as I understand, of 800, and then in the remaining 9 acres, another 350 units. So we're thinking all of a sudden we're going to have 1,200 apartments in our community there. The other thing is, so traffic was one concern. The other side of it is you can't build 1,200 units unless you go up. And previously, the height requirement didn't allow for taller than 2-story homes or office buildings there. So the other concern is, what are they going to build? How tall will it be? For me, just personally, if you look at this drawing and you see this, you probably can't see my finger here, but the intersection there at Lake Sahara Drive and Lake East, if it's a T intersection, and they can see it here. So if you see where my finger is, we own this property here. We have a CPA firm there, and at any rate, and then next to us is another property, and then there's a school, and it's got a 15-mile-an-hour school zone there. So the only question is Citibank on this corner was going to remain, so this development meant everybody who lived in this development, which is unrelated to the one we're speaking of right now, would have to come in on this road and egress from this road. So we were looking at, as community, and then we have a home in the lakes as well, but as looking at the community, that everybody has to come in off of Lake South, in and out of this development, and unless on this development, if you're going to go commercial on Sahara and residential in the remainder, they've got to come in on Crystal Cove or Lake East Drive. And these are both one-lane roads going in both directions. So that's, at least for my point, a business owner and residential owner there, is to say, this is pretty scary just because of the amount of traffic coming in. The city, in its wisdom, built Canyon Gate, which has no egress other than at Durango and Fort Apache. On the next intersection at Charleston, there's Queens Ridge, so there's no way to go through there. So all of the traffic that comes out of these properties, again, it is just supposition, and I guess it would be my question is, if these developers invest massive money with attorneys getting approval, then come back and you have a traffic study that says it can't work, what happens? That's my question to these gentlemen and the council.
Mr. Floyd, would you care to answer that?
Sure, Mayor. I think there may have been a couple of questions in there. I'll try to get both of them. One was on the height question. So the property is currently zoned C1, which does not have a story or foot height limitation. The only limitation is residential adjacency. So there's, in other words, there's a 3-to-1 slope if you're adjacent to residential. So I haven't done the analysis to know exactly what that would be, but there is no height restriction here. And we've gone back and looked at the original rezoning and cannot find any condition of a height. So that's the answer, I think, on the height question. The second question of what happens if you get all the way to the finish line and the traffic impact analysis doesn't work. The short answer is it has to work. They have to make it work, or they can't do the development as they've proposed it without modifying traffic on the site or doing the upgrades that would be required to accommodate that traffic. So in my experience, it probably wouldn't get all the way to the end and then they can't do it. There would be some discussion once the traffic analysis is done, and some modifications would be made to the site or to the surrounding areas.
Does that answer your question?
I'm not sure, but I guess, because the other thing is when he says no height restrictions, is we own commercial property there. We applied to put a third story on it. We were denied in saying is the Lakes community cannot have more than 2 stories. So
And
I'm not sure.
When we're done with public comment, I'm going to ask Mr. Grunauer to come back and answer that question.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
And Mayor Seth Floyd, for the record, I would add, I mean, if there is a private restriction, we wouldn't necessarily have a record of that because we look at our code. So, I mean, I guess it is possible there is a CC&R or deed restriction that would restrict or address height in some way.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, to the point about the traffic study, sir, I did want because there's other developments that are happening and more too, and certainly throughout the city. And the traffic study is highly regarded, whether as it's explained to me, and I'm sure Mr. Floyd will weigh in if I misstate it, but because the traffic study is a significant investment of resources, the process has been established where there's a preliminary approval, I could be using the wrong word, but preliminary approval before the traffic study is conducted. It's not done up front. And so that traffic study would be looking at the issues that you raised, and we would make sure because one of the things that the council is able to do is add conditions onto that traffic study to make sure it's as thorough as it needs to be and not more narrowly focused. The other thing is part of my learning in this
Real time
role has been that in my time here, the land that is not in the yellow, that was that the interested developer had a voluntary neighborhood meeting. They have not started the process. And so what that essentially means is the last person in bears the responsibility for addressing issues in their traffic study. So in this example, Mr. Gronauer's client, Kalita, assuming it gets approved and preliminary and everything, they would do a traffic study, and then and we'd make decisions based on that traffic study. And there may be conditions that the developer has to address in terms of ingress or egress, and that that may it'll be looking at the ways in which people get to the various aspects of the site, and then whoever, if there's a development after that in the future for that space that is not in the highlighted yellow, and that would then also require a traffic study. But that traffic study would have to include now the fully, that would have to consider the yellow side is fully developed. And they would, that developer would then bear the responsibility of addressing anything in their traffic study, which includes the full development of the site. So I don't know if that's helpful. Mr. Floyd, if you want to correct anything I've said, I'd appreciate that.
Lucian Pyatt for the record. For the most part, so all of the items that come before you that have traffic generating items, we do a preliminary review and we do a very conservative estimate. So we'll take, say for this development, all the traffic they generate. In this case, we would actually consider what was already previously approved and what that traffic would have generated and make a comparison, so it's more of an apples-to-apples comparison. But in general, we would have all the numbers, so all the traffic generated, and show it going to every street. So it's a very conservative estimate. And in that estimate, so that's kind of in the part where Seth was speaking about the application coming in, that's where we would determine, okay, do these roads have capacity? So when we provide information, it is, do the roads have capacity from a ADT trip, so annual daily traffic? And we also provide what is the peak hour. So during the peak hour, how many trips are projected to be generated? So in the preliminary stage, we would be able to determine if the roads don't have capacity at all. And that's where they'd have to make some adjustment if we found out in the preliminary stages of their application that they didn't have capacity.
Okay, thank you. And when you say, Lucian, when you use the word very conservative, can you explain what that means?
Sure. In a normal traffic study, what they'll do is they'll take all the traffic that's generated from a development and distribute it to each adjacent road. So they'll do different percentages. They may have 50% to one road, 25% to another, 25% to another. But when we present entitlement applications, we put 100% of the traffic generated on every road. And so that's why when I speak of very, very conservative, we're essentially, if there's 3 roads, we're like projecting 300% of the actual traffic they're going to generate.
And another way of saying that is you're more generous, if you will, regarding the amount of traffic because of assigning 100% to every road.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Generative, conservative, kind of the same thing in this case. Yeah.
In that case, okay.
And Ms. Kelly, I'm going to allow Ms. Polensky to ask a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And generally, we all, as council people, try to stay to our own ward, but I do have a little bit of insight, having worked with Kalita in the past in Ward 4, and I just have a question for the applicant here. When I've worked with Kalita in the past, and the project in Ward 4 didn't materialize because it was on BLM property, and BLM is notoriously cumbersome and difficult to work with, and the Kalita folks chose to walk away, and now I have what I would consider a less desirable developer developing on the land. But the project in my ward was a luxury development, and I want to ask, of these units, what rents will you get per unit? Because at least when I was working with Kalita, it was exceedingly high, like something that I couldn't afford myself.
Yes, very good question. This is going to be somewhere around their Ainsley product, which you just approved for Queensridge about a month or two ago when I stood up here. This is a high-end. It's probably going to mimic the $3,500 to $5,000 range. I think average rents are about $2,500 in that area. Now, again, Kalita is still doing their performas, but that product that is being proposed, one of the two multifamily buildings, will be there, and even if it's your Elysian product, you're probably, I think, the combined income for the renter is about $150,000, somewhere around there. So it's a high-end luxury. That's what they build. That's what they sell. Not sell. That's what they rent.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll hear from our next citizen.
Thank you again.
Would you state your name for the record again?
My name is Daniel Hall, and I'm a resident of Baycliff Creek's Court in the Lakes, next door to the proposed project. My only comment is regarding the traffic study. And I understand you all have your ways of doing things, but to me, it's putting the cart before the horse. You're approving a project and then trying to figure out how to make the traffic work. We know it's going to be 800 apartments right now because it's 28 acres. We were told at the neighborhood meeting 20 acres will be built on at 40 units per acre. So we're looking at 800 units. How can, now you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole, trying to figure out how are we going to make traffic work for these new residents, 800 people in a small 1 square block area. As I've stated before, these are small streets, 25 mile per hour speed limit on Crystal Water. It's going to be, how do you make that work is my question. I don't understand. And then to Mr. Gronauer's points about his descriptions of what's going to be built, to me, it's very vague. It can be this, it can be that, we don't know. We're going to figure it out. We'll tell you later. It might be this rent, it might be that. To me, that's not the way to come before our neighborhood or this council and figure out what you want to do and then tell us what it is so that we can be more definite about what we're going to be having in our neighborhood as far as quality and construction and architecture and all those things. And then on a bigger point, as far as, this acreage being used for housing, my personal feeling is why do we keep building high-density apartments for people to rent? Why can't we use this for single-family homes, something where young people can invest in, create equity, gain ownership, build for the future, instead of just throwing money out the window for rent? So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, state your name for the record.
Michelle Baker, Community Manager for the Lakes Association. And first, I want to extend gratitude to Councilwoman Kelly. Thank you for asking the additional questions, and thank you for permitting us that additional time to come up here, and thank you for also pointing that out. We know that they do have a quality product, but then there are some that aren't as good as what you'd expect or anticipate in that neighborhood. I do have emails. Actually, you're on them. Is this, I have Marissa Furman. Is it Bob? Are you Bob? Okay, yeah. So those emails about notifications I have not received. So I would just ask that I be informed. I'll do what I have to do on my responsibility of making sure that the Lakes Association is properly registered, if that's why we didn't receive notification. The community understands that it would be a great idea to develop this property, this land, this parcel that's been sitting there for so long. That's not the problem. The issue is height and an amendment for density. It's a lot to shove in. If you're a high end and you're quality, you don't make those units smaller or higher. Make it fit into that association, into that community. That would make sense. But I don't want to take up any more of your time, but I appreciate all of you. Thank you
Ms.
so
Baker,
much.
thank you so much. Mr. Grunauer, before we vote, and we will vote, can you address the height issue?
Yes, as one gentleman mentioned, is your code requires or allows us to build up to a certain height. And as Mr. Floyd has mentioned, is there are CC&Rs on the property. So whatever the CC&Rs, if there are certain requirements, we comply with that. That's a private separate agreement. So if that is in fact whatever those requirements are, that will be addressed as we go through the design process to finalize.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Kelly, I will entertain a motion.
Thank you. I do feel that in this instance, the proper procedure was followed. I've done quite a bit of investigating into that. And I think the record reflects, and what I've tried to establish today is the careful consideration. As Mr. Floyd points out, there are further options or further opportunities, rather. This will have to go to Planning Commission. Again, Mr. Grunauer has committed to another neighborhood meeting, and to the, if it comes back to City Council, I will make sure that it's not on a single motion, one motion, one vote, or on a consent agenda. So with that, I will move to approve item 43.
Thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Grunauer. Agenda item 51. 25-0071-VAR1, appeal item variance, applicant Elaine A. Fryman Arias, owner, Goafra LLC, for possible action on an appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission pardon me, on a land use entitlement project request to allow existing residential home additions that do not conform to Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks on 0.17 acres at 3520 Miramar Drive, single-family residential zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. This is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
All right, would you care to tell us about your project?
Hi, good morning. My name is Elaine Freeman, and
Would you get a little closer to the mic?
I am here to appeal the decision, and I'm here to apologize. Maybe I don't make the best decision in the past, but I would like to the opportunity to make the right thing right now. I just get the ¿cómo se dice? I'm sorry, but my English is not good.
My Spanish isn't very good either, so don't worry. Did you want to say something, sir?
Yeah, my name is Yaxel Gonzalez. We just bought the property 2 years ago. We bought it in the way it is. We didn't find out until very few months ago that it has some unpermitted spaces. We did a big mistake of doing short-term rentals. We were reached by code enforcement, and then we just cleared that out, and we just trying to get those unpermitted spaces permitted. Our final intent is just to not do it anymore. If you want any commitment from us to you guys, we are ready to it in the way you'd like to it. We just want the chance to make the right decision for the city and for the neighbors.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented in that the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by constructing home additions without permit that do not meet Title 19 setback requirements. In view of the absence of any of these hardships imposed by the city's physical characteristics, it is concluded the applicant's hardship is preferential in nature, therefore outside the realm of the NRS Chapter 278 for granting of variance. And just a point of clarification, we still have open license compliance in regards to the short-term rental, as well as there are conditions on here, if approved, that appropriate building permits be obtained. And so I just want to have that clarity on the record. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else that wishes to be heard on this issue? And is there anything we could suggest to the applicant to make this acceptable to the council? Could you respond, Mr. Lowenstein?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. Is there anything we could advise the applicant to do that would make what they're doing appropriate and acceptable to the council?
Obviously, our paramount concern is life safety, so building permits for any construction would be the most appropriate. As far as conducting short-term rental use, that's a separate thing that we'd have to look at as far as the number of bedrooms and all that. If it fails to meet the conditional use requirement, that activity would have to cease altogether. Other than long-term rental being month-to-month rental or longer, that is something that's the priority of prerogative of an owner. So with that, it's really at the discretion of the council as far as which direction you want to go, and then we can adjust accordingly.
All right, thank you so much. Since there is no one that wishes to be heard on this item, I'll close the public hearing. And are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay, would you care to make a motion, Ms. Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much for coming in yesterday to speak with us about your project. As I expressed to you when you came in, I have some real concerns about the condition of the property. Even if you came into compliance with the addition, there's been conversation at the Planning Commission that the house has basically been used as a short-term rental for the last 3 owners, and that the interior of the house has been modified. That's not before us, but what is before us is the addition, which is not in compliance. And I think I'm going to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission and staff and recommend denial.
All right. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion passes. I would suggest that you figure out what you're going to do, and then if you wish to come back.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 52. Agenda item 52. 24-0513-VAR1, abeyance item, variance, applicant Santos Aguilar, owner Layani Gonzalez Araguiles. Thank you. She's been helping me, but I'm not a very good, pupil. For possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow existing detached residential accessory structures, carports, and storage buildings that do not comply with Title 19.06 development standards for setbacks, separation, size, location, and aesthetic compatibility, and to allow a front yard fence that does not conform with Title 19.06 front yard wall and fence development standards on 0.14 acres at 2104 Santa Rita Drive, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. My name is Santos Aguilar, and I'm representing Liani Gonzalez. And this is the proposed project right here that they had built prior to knowledge that they were not compliant with building codes. And we did go through and thanking Mrs. Diaz also for some guidance. We have made some changes on a diagram here that I would like to show you, that this is going to be the fencing in the front with the removal of the privacy screen so that it's just pickets in the front. And it also has some compatibility to the existing residence so that it doesn't look too far out of place as far as everything that they've built. They have built it for storage of their vehicles because the area is a little rough and they get their cars broken into, so they'd like to bring them into their yard so that doesn't happen anymore, and they just, they're tired of losing a lot of their belongings in the vehicles. So the fencing has been put in without the privacy fence in front. Here's another photo of the same different angle for that particular property, and also trying to comply with some of the building materials that they've used to comply with the existing property. That's a front shot of a picture of the home. And this being the one of the patio covers. And an overhead view. A view from the inside with the materials compatibility to the structure. And more pictures of the design. They're willing to do whatever changes they need to have done to be able to comply, and hopefully they'll get your approval.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. From the actions of the Planning Commission and accepted by the applicant, the request is now limited to 2 storage buildings and the fencing in the front yard. No evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented, and that the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by installing decorative detached carports and residential accessory structures from the subject site without permits that do not comply with current Title 19 setbacks, building separation, size, location, and aesthetic compatibility requirements, in addition to a fence that does not meet the front yard fence development standards. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council members? Okay. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Before the motion, Madam Mayor, I have a few questions for staff. Thank you, Mr. Your last, is your first name? Aguilar. I'm like, Santos is not your last name, so
No.
I wanted to make sure I was
No, it's
being
first name.
respectful. Mr. Aguilar, I know our staff hadn't really received any of the renderings, or could basically educate me if your new set of renderings are satisfying the setbacks, to the adjacent property. I'm sympathetic because I know that a lot of these houses don't have garages, and the sun and the heat gets pretty intense. And so I understand the dynamic of wanting to keep some of your vehicles under shade, but I'm not sure if the new rendition that you're putting before us today for consideration of keeping, and it would be upgrading the shade structure, especially the big one. Not sure if it's meeting setback requirements per our code. And so trying to figure out, Mr. Lowenstein or Mr. Floyd, if you have any ideas of conditioning. I don't like, I'm going to be honest, I don't like both. I feel like the entirety of the home, the visibility of the home is basically taken away because you have 2. I'm amenable to approving one of the shade structures and then eliminating the other.
Okay.
And since you've met me on another concern of mine was the mesh that was with the fencing, and you can't see into the property. And so that for me also, I don't like that. So, but I'm trying to figure out, how do I let you move forward with properly permitting now a shade structure to the home? But how could we go about doing that, planning team? I'm going to kind of lean on your brains over there.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So at the Planning Commission, the applicant agreed to conditions that stated that they were not seeking the carports in the front. What I have from the conditions and from Planning Commission now is for 2 storage buildings, including there not being aesthetically compatible, as well as the fence. The fence, as represented now, is to take off the perforated metal component and just leave the wrought iron, which still begs the question of the height variance for the fence itself. Metal may have more of the visibility, but it still has a height deviation. So if you were approving the carport, you'd have to amend the conditions to allow for it, where Planning Commission was already at the point where they denied both of the front carports, as well as, no, that was the only component, is that they removed all the carports from their, when they made their motion. And so the storage structures on the rest of the property, and the percentage coverage and things like that all still stand.
I guess what I'm seeking some clarity from you all is, how would we, if I were to move forward and allow one of the carports, then does our Public and Safety Department ensure that everything that is submitted to build this new one is to code and to the safety of both their home and the one that's most adjacent to them?
So through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Councilwoman, they would have to submit for building permits. All of the life safety and fire safety components will be reviewed as part of that process.
Okay. All right, so I am going to stick with everything that planning allowed from planning, modifying then now them to keep a carport structure, but they have to come through the proper licensing and building permit processes to have the structure verified that it is something that is going to, withstand the test of time and is not encroaching on the adjacent property owners.
Can I ask
yes.
which of the 2?
The one that's to the right, not the smaller one.
So the larger one is what is referenced as carport B. So as part of your motion, if you seek to approve it, we would have to amend conditions, I think it's 2, 4, and 6, to reflect a variance is hereby approved versus the language that says hereby is denied. So just 2, 4, and 6, we would have to amend those conditions.
Okay. And then also, back to the fence question. Mr. Aguilar, there is still an outstanding matter on the fence where it is beyond the height that is permitted. Is your client willing to bring it down within compliance of the city code?
Yes.
Okay. And then is that an additional, so how do I articulate that? Do you want to articulate my motion, Mr. Lowenstein, and then I just say we move that?
Right.
Let's go ahead and get it all in there.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that would also affect existing condition number 11. So if I go down the list of what would be amended, conditions number 2, 4, and 6 would, at the beginning of their conditions, read now, a variance is hereby approved versus what it reads as a variance is hereby denied, reflecting the approval. And then condition number 11 would be similar in that a variance is hereby denied versus saying approved, since we are now eliminating the height variance component. And that would be all of the conditions unless you have any other.
City Attorney, is that enough for my motion? Can I just say what Mr. Lowenstein put on the record?
Correct. Just reference with Peter's comments, yes.
Is my motion, and you agree to?
Yes.
Okay, all of these conditions. All right, that's my motion, Madam Mayor.
It's very clear to me.
I'm glad it is to you.
Can we please vote? Post? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You're very
Thank you
welcome.
again.
Agenda items 53 through 53B. 53, 25-0326, abeyance item on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.38 acres at 1328 West Lake Mead Boulevard. 53A, 25-0326-ZON1, abeyance item from R2, medium-low density residential to C1, limited commercial. 53B, 25-0326-SDR1, abeyance item for a proposed one-story, 3,500 square foot church, a house of worship development with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Holy Cross Missionary Baptist Church, Inc. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good morning. Landon Christopherson, 2885 East Quail Avenue, 89120, here representing the owners. The project is a 3,500 square foot church with a 1,575 square foot sanctuary. The church is a traditional Baptist church design, and we obeyed the project to work with staff to work on the item of taking access off of Lexington, which is a residential street, and moving it to Lake Mead, which is a commercial, because it is being zoned commercial. So we've done that. That redesign has been turned in. I believe it's in your booklet as a blue, I think is what the staff told me it would be. But anyway, we've taken that access off of Lake Mead. We still meet all the requirements of code. We've increased some of the landscaping as the concern for Heat Island. As you can see, it's significantly more dense in the landscaping, especially the trees. And we have a rendering, no longer applies, but it's kind of the concept that you see what the project really will be. With that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else that wishes to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? In that case, I'll entertain a motion. Councilwoman Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Christopherson and ma'am, for your revised drawings, making sure that we only have egress from Lake Mead. I still wish that you all would have considered doing some affordable housing there, but I understand that the desire is to have a church, and you all are meeting what we need as far as this type of a development is concerned, and my motion would be for approval.
All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Congratulations. Best of luck. Agenda item 54. This item is being trailed to be heard after item 58. Agenda item 55. 25-0106 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.49 acres at the southeast corner of Rancho Drive and Rickey Road. 55A, 25-0106-GPA1 from GC General Commercial to L1R Light Industrial and Research. 55B, 25-0106-ZON1 from C2 General Commercial to CM Commercial Industrial. 55C, 25-0106-SDR1 for a proposed two-story, 3,000 square foot contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard development with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant is Encino Concrete, Inc., and the owner is HP Investments, LLC. The Planning Commission failed to obtain a supermajority vote, which is tantamount to denial on 25-0106-GPA1. The Planning Commission recommends approval on 25-0106-ZON1 and 25-0106-SDR1. Staff recommends denial of the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Would you state your name and would you tell us about your project?
Certainly. My name is Christine Kramer. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, 8418 West Farm Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. This applicant brings forward to the council the best in what small business does to build our community. This is a previously undeveloped piece of land that was brought into the city in 1964, and no development has taken place on it, therefore no sewer, no other improvements. When you look at the land in this area, to the rear, there's storage by a separate applicant and some high-intensity use with auto repair businesses and a Dottie's across the street. What this project brings further to the community is intensive landscaping that does not exist there previously, that when we look at the current condition of the property, it's rather blighted. Again, this property has never been developed before. These are pictures from just last night. The fences have been knocked down. The unhoused have been living there at different periods of time. And my applicants live in the community. They're small business owners. They've held a contractor's license for the last 14 years. They've raised their families here. Their commitment is to creating jobs, and the impact to the immediate community is rather small. That this is where they'll be storing their goods. They won't be mixing any concrete, any chemicals. This is where their work trucks will be. And most importantly, thinking about the holidays and that this is a gift to the community overall in Ward 5, that our applicants have put all of their savings on the line. This is blood, sweat, and tears. Heavy labor, back-breaking labor of masonry, concrete, and the applicants have worked with the city for the past year to better understand what they knew to properly develop this. They're putting in a heavy investment of their time, heart, resources in a community where they raise their family. And I would like you to meet Ilsa, a woman, small business owner in our community, so that she can tell you a little bit about how much this project means to her and her family and her commitment to Ward 5.
Great. Would you state your name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Ilsa Anaya, 5611 Dimmick Avenue. We've been married for 25 years. We have 3 kids, born, raised, and graduate here in Las Vegas. We have had a lot of great opportunities for me, my husband, and my kids. Now I think it's time for us to give back to our community, create jobs, work with Ward 5, and we live in the area, so we were looking for a place for a small business, and we find that place that we like, which is still close to our house. And then by looking around the area, I feel that it was something that will fit for our business. And we like to do the right thing, so we use our savings for this project. So please consider it.
Thank you so much.
And
please go ahead.
And in response to the, we could not control the level of attendance that was at the planning meeting, that we did receive a majority. However, the level of attendance at that planning meeting is why it was effectively a denial. and that we'd like to acknowledge that the staff report recommends denial. However, we have counter arguments to those, including the staff gives the reason for denial that is inconsistent with the surrounding zoning. However, the proposed CM zoning is directly compatible with the adjacent property to the east, which is already zoned CM. Another item cited by staff was a traffic function conflict on the expressway. Rancho is an expressway, and that it would generate heavy truck traffic and cause conflicts, delays for high volume traffic. Again, this is a construction type of work. Those work trucks would be moving out at the beginning of the day, coming in at the end of the day. The employees themselves generally go and meet at the work site where the work is performed. So we're not bringing in a number of employees. We are creating jobs. We are creating good entry-level jobs that are needed in the Las Vegas community, but those employees would not be on this site. The third, which we're very passionate about with this project, is that staff cites a negative aesthetic impact. However, the building design and its facade, this is much, okay, there we go. This is much more positive. It's a blank building, but this is a positive aesthetic impact as compared to what we have right now. Like, nothing else is going to be built on this location. The owners are furthermore committed to that their first step of the construction project would be to create the 8-foot wall, which would shield public view from any of their construction materials. And being long-term business owners and long-term contractors in the community, their business only works efficiently if they're keeping a tidy workspace. And then finally, the landscape waiver request cited by staff is a reason for denial of the project. The site maintains a 15-foot landscape buffer along Rancho Drive, which is an expressway. The waivers are limited to the north, reduced 10 feet, and the property lines on the east and south reduced to 0 foot. The project also exceeds the required parking, providing 10 spaces where 6 are required, which can be argued as a trade-off for the landscape reduction. We also need to note that this project exists within NARA, and that the NARA group, if the council's familiar with them, in preserving the rural nature of the neighborhood. They are in approval of the project. We have received no negative comment from them. And in fact, NARA should be excited that unlike the other businesses in the area which have not provided landscaping, this project does. And with that, thank you again for listening to our project. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, the proposed contractor's plant, shop, and storage yard development is not compatible with the surrounding commercial uses along Rancho and does not align with the city's vision for this corridor. If approved, the requested general plan amendment and rezoning could introduce industrial uses into a predominantly commercial area, and the associated site development plan review includes waivers and exceptions that reduce required landscaping and tree canopy, exacerbating urban heat island concerns. Staff therefore recommends denial of all requests subject to conditions on the site development plan review if approved. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions and comments from members of the council? Okay. Is there a motion, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Before I make a motion, I would like to ask staff if we can add another condition, if it would be possible. One of the things that we discussed yesterday was the growth of your company and the possibility, although you tell me that your employees will not be parking on site.
Correct.
I have to think about what could happen in the future. So let me just back up a couple of beats. I'm really concerned about, and I'm getting cards from neighbors who are in the community who are concerned about the encroachment of commercial and CM activities right adjacent to their residential properties. I was not here when this trend began. I think the only one thing that is in your favor is that you have CM directly to the east of you. And so I didn't approve that. It was done before me. The things that are on Ricky, except for one, were already in play, right? The thing that I asked you to do, which you complied with, is no egress from Ricky into your site. That's only an emergency crash gate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. One of the issues that I see, I also live in an older RE neighborhood, is that when businesses come into our community and they grow, they don't have parking for their employees. And you only have a few parking, I think you have 7 parking spots, which is under the request. So I'm going to ask staff if we can ask that they be posted no parking signs to the north of their property, on the north side, that no one can park on the side. Is that allowable?
Through you, Madam Mayor, for clarification, are you seeking no parking along Ricky Road?
Correct.
Okay, I'll draft something. In addition to that, you want no ingress or egress from Ricky
Ricky.
Road, just an emergency crash gate?
Correct. Only egress for the business from Rancho, because that would be appropriate, because that is, as you described, it's a road, but it's actually a freeway, 3 lanes, fast-moving. And again, you know, I'm glad that you want to do business in Ward 5. I'm sad for the neighbors in the neighborhood, because these types of businesses, although they are needed, it has an effect on the community and for the future, right? We don't want people to move and leave our communities, but I'm super concerned about the number of businesses that have decided that, you know, it's the thing to do. But again, I didn't start this trend, and what you're doing and what you propose to do is sort of in compliance with what has already been allowed. And so with those 2 conditions, I would propose approval of this.
Thank you so much. Do you agree with the conditions?
Yes, we agree with the
All right.
conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Shall we vote? Please,
One moment, I'm working on the conditions.
I beg your pardon?
One moment, Madam Mayor, I'm working on the added conditions
Oh.
of approval.
Well, how long will that take? Would you care to share the conditions with us before we vote?
Sure thing. All right. The added conditions, first shall read, there shall be no ingress or egress on Ricky Road. The applicant shall only have an emergency crash gate provided. Second condition would read, there shall be no parking along Ricky Road adjacent to the subject site.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind, Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Exactly. Thank you so much, staff. I always throw wrenches, and I appreciate y'all catch well. Thank you.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. No? Motion passes. Congratulations and best
Thank you
of
very
luck.
much.
Agenda item 56. 56, 25-0364 on the following land use entitlement project request on 0.14 acres on the east side of 13th Street, approximately 100 feet south of Mesquite Drive, R3 medium density residential zone, 56A 25-0364 VAR1 to allow 2 parking spaces where 13 are required. 56B 25-0364 SDR1 for a proposed 2-story, 7-unit multifamily residential development with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Harrell Plumbing and Heating. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. long, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, yes, I am.
Would you care to tell us about your project?
Sure. My name is Tal Harel, Harel. I'm the owner. I'm also the developer. And I'm requesting approval of a variance and a site development review for a modest 7-unit multifamily home on a small 6,000 square foot parcel on 13th Street. This project redevelops a lot that has been vacant since 2018. It brings new housing, reduces heat island impact, and supports the very walkable, vibrant, urban environment the city says it wants in this part of Las Vegas. The staff reports acknowledge that this neighborhood and proximity to downtown is exactly where the city encourages high density and reduced parking. Your own adopted plans call for reducing surface parking and improving walkability. Our project executes that directive exactly. The primary obstacle is parking. On a parcel that is only about 50 feet wide, the physical constraints make full Title 19 parking literally impossible. The ADA van stall alone consumes most of the parcel's width. If we complied with parking requirements, there would be no room left for a building. This is the textbook definition of a physical hardship under NRS statutes and Las Vegas municipal codes. This hardship is not self-created. The size, width, and shape of the lot have existed for decades. I did not create the constraints, but I am proposing a reasonable solution. Even so, we're minimizing car use. We are providing bike parking, pedestrian access, and a design that can encourage walkability. Public Works confirms the traffic impact is extremely, extremely small. 3 cars in the peak hour, or about 1 car every 20 minutes. The city's redevelopment goals are clear. Encourage infill, encourage density, and reduce surface parking. The staff repeats this multiple times, yet the variance is recommended for denial even though the project checks every one of those policy boxes. This building is compatible with the neighborhood. Staff agrees the architecture meets Title 19 standards, the materials are appropriate, and the height is consistent with surrounding 1- and 2-story homes. While there is a request for waiver of the landscaping buffer width, if the project is approved, will provide 20 additional trees where only 12 are required, which supports the city's goal to combat the heat island effect by significantly improving the shade canopy on all sides of the property. This project brings 7 new homes, 7 places where families can live, work, and be part of our community without adding congestion or a burden to the neighborhood. I'm requesting this variance, and these waivers allow this site to be productive again. Without them, this parcel will remain undeveloped indefinitely. I'm asking you to support housing, support small infill, support walkability, and support consistency with your own past approvals. I respectfully request your approval of Variance 1 and SDR 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harrell. May I have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, staff finds the variance of parking standards and waivers of perimeter landscaping to be self-imposed, resulting in a development that's not harmonious and compatible with the surrounding area. Staff is therefore recommending denial of the requested variance and the site development review. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to be heard on this item? Yes, sir. Would you state your name for the record?
Tim Shaw, S-H-A-W, at 2713 Colanthe, and a resident of Las Vegas since 1954. I have a lot listed right down the street, and this is what we used to call Bonanza Heights, and it's not looking too good with the old fourplexes. I took a look at this architecture, and it has got a wow pop to it. This would encourage other people to get in this Bonanza Heights area, buy some of these old homes up, demolish them, and put something that's modern that would start a trend. So I got to tell you, as a resident of the area, and I've sold quite a bit of land in downtown Las Vegas, this needs to be done.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shaw. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Bruce Cowan. I own 2 properties on North 13th, 2 on North 14th, 3 on North 15th, and generally about 75 units in the downtown area in Summers Armstrong's ward and Councilwoman Diaz's ward. I am 100% in favor of this. I like to take the old properties, restore them, make them beautiful, put murals on them. My average rent in that area is a little less than $1,000 a month. You want affordable housing, we can make it happen. He's building new stuff. His starting rents are $1,300 a month is what he's proposing. This is right near a bus stop. There is no problem with parking. There's a lot of empty spots on the street. It's in a cul-de-sac area. It's much better to do fill-in instead of just, if it's not filled in with beautiful buildings like what he's proposing, then you're going to have areas that are going to be where the homeless decide to have encampments. So what he's proposing is low-income housing. I hear a lot of people that talk about low-income housing as a priority. We can make it happen by having small developments and by restoring older properties. I don't know if you've seen his other items that buildings that he's put together, but he's done a duplex right next to the freeway that's beautiful. He put three small houses, three cottages that are beautiful. They're modern architecture. Again, I like to restore the old ones, put hot paint jobs in it, and make it interesting. But I think we have room for an eclectic type environment. Also, I think the city needs revenue. And, you know, I would say that this area is an underperforming area from a revenue standpoint. I know the city wants more money for programs. This is the way to get more revenue. And I think that what he's proposing is solid. Again, there isn't a parking issue. If you don't allow the people to park on the street, we want residents to be able to park on the street. If not, then there's going to be an issue with the homeless putting in dilapidated campers or old vans or tents and things like that. And if we don't do the fill-in of the properties, then we're going to have homeless encampments, which have a lot of environmental problems, drug use, people doing, defecating, urinating, but also drug sales, drug purchases, all kinds of illegal activities that are definitely not good for the neighborhood. We want safe, positive streets. We want safe, positive developments, and I think he's proposing everything that we need and everything that the city needs. So I hope that you'll vote unanimously in favor.
Thank you so much. Yes, please come forward. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Chance Reddy. I've been a resident here in Vegas for about 30 years. And when I first came here, I definitely approved this project. When I first moved here, there was a lot of affordable housing. Since that time, as a lender in Vegas for the same 30 years, rates are higher and prices are really high. So there's an affordability issue in Vegas. And Mr. Trail is building something very affordable for low-income housing where people actually rent something that's brand new and feel good about themselves, which breeds higher morale into the neighborhood. And I think that'd be a great win for Vegas. I mean, it'd be nice to have luxury to have all the parking spaces there, but in other areas, you go to the back east, everybody parks in the street. And that's maybe a slide down thing, but realistically it isn't, because for what he's building and the newness of the properties where you can rent something that nice for that little, it's gonna be a win for Vegas. It's gonna help bring out the whole community also. So I approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Grady.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jesse Gomez. Good morning. I'm at 358 North 13th Street. I'm here on behalf of the owner. We feel that the project is compatible and harmonious with the neighborhood, and we feel that it's appropriate. We are in support of the project and want to see this approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Would you state your name for the record?
Hello, Jacob Taylor here. How you doing today?
Good, thanks.
I represent the seller at 203 North 13th Street, and like previous people before me have said, we are in support of this project. It is adding some much-needed affordable housing in the area. Tal does a fantastic job at building these units here and making them affordable for everyone in the area. Again, I don't think there's going to be a parking issue. It's on the edge of a cul-de-sac, and the cul-de-sac isn't even really used right now for parking as it is. I doubt it's going to add many more cars to the area, maybe another 5 to 10 cars max. Yeah, I'm in full support of the project, and I hope you guys voted in unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you.
Yes, please come forward. Would you state your name for the record?
Good morning, everybody. My name is William Hubert. I own some property in the area of Palm, Laurel, and 15th Street. I've known the gentleman next to me for a few years, and he's built a few new building which enhanced the value of the neighborhood and improved the neighborhood. I am all in favor of his endeavors. I support what he's planned on doing.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much for coming in. We had a meeting last week about this project, and I expressed to you my concerns about lack of parking. This is 7 units. Even if we had half of the units with a parking spot, we would need 3 or 4. And I asked you about that last week, and your concern was having to do your design and possibly lose units to get parking. I'm really concerned about the lack of parking. I'm concerned about the lack of parking because it's like kicking the can down the street. The cul-de-sac at the end, as we discussed, your tenants would not be able to park there. Is that correct?
That is not true. There's on-street parking that they can park on the street. Like I said, it's a dead-end cul-de-sac. I've brought some pictures. We did a 2-week traffic study, and there was no parking. There was no vehicles. As you can see, these are some of the photos. We did them during the day, during at night, on a weekend. There's no parking there. There's no issues as far as we, as a developer, for the parking.
During our discussion, I thought that we had discussed that that land belonged to the state of Nevada and that there was no parking allowed there.
You cannot access underneath the freeway because it's a dead-end cul-de-sac and there's the Bonanza Trail. So you cannot park underneath the freeway. And even if there was access, correct, the parking underneath the freeway is, there's an agreement between the Buddhist temple that's on 14th Street. But according to these streets and these pictures, there's no access to the underneath the freeway because, again, there's a fence and then it's a Bonanza Trail.
Okay. This is really tough for me because I know that we need housing, but I think that we're going to end up with a problem with parking. We know that you are near Maryland Parkway and that there's a bus there, but we have seen in many other neighborhoods that parking ends up being an issue. And I'm really concerned about it. And you have an empty lot on that street, a couple of them that are going to be developed. So if they add 7 or 8 units, it's just going to be a snowball effect of not having enough parking. This is...
Councilwoman, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So in the cul-de-sac that you have pictures that you did the study on, about how many vehicles would be available to be parked there?
You can park a minimum of 20 vehicles, and there's no other development on that street. This would be the last lot. Any other there is an empty lot on the corner of Mesquite and 13th, but that's entrance, egress, and egress would be off of Maryland Parkway. But on this particular street, we can get a minimum of 20, no problem.
And so that, it's not entirely the cul-de-sac, you're also counting what's street parking before it curves, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that would give 20 spots that are currently not being used. It would activate an area that needs so much activation. Councilwoman, with all due respect, this area needs so much investment and so much love. And if we do not turn that tide around, I feel that we're not going to get the help from the development community in making this a better area of the city. I drive it constantly. I see how many I can see and speak to the encampments that the speakers that came in support of this project speak to. I've voted for things with not enough parking, and I think it's a better thing to have a parking problem and eventually address the state to see if we can have some kind of a convening to figure out if we can place parking and activate the space, the dead space underneath the overpass, because it is an issue for us. What do we do with dead space that's not being activated? But I rather have missing middle housing developments go up than us say, you don't have the parking, we're not going to work on this issue. So I think it's a give and take, and I think that in this situation, knowing that there is ample parking for 7 units, knowing that, remind me the count, there's X many, like 1 bedroom and...
So we have, out of the 7 units, 3 of them are 2-bedroom. The rest are all single studio 1-bedroom. And we are providing ADA parking. We're providing 2 parking spots. One is ADA and the other one is regular parking.
So for sure are only going to be occupied by one unit of a family, whether that's a couple or a person living there with it being set up like a studio. And the other one may be the same thing. I mean, it's hard to have a vehicle these days, and my hope is that it provides housing in close proximity to the downtown area to where people can walk or bike to work, and that way they don't have to hassle with the cost of a vehicle and insurance, et cetera. So I would be very optimistic in saying that this can be a really positive development in an area that sorely needs it.
Yes, Mr. Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a quick question for maybe Mr. Floyd or Mr. You're paying attention, right? I'm just kidding. Just a quick question on this. I'm assuming this is a city street that we're talking about. Okay, I think I'm kind of familiar with it. On the city street with housing nearby, the parking is available. Like the city allows for people to park on the street if they live in that area. Just to ask the question.
Councilman Knudsen, just to clarify, it is a public. Parking is allowed on public streets. On all streets, there are some restrictions. So if it's not an applicant's vehicle, they can't park within 5 feet of a driveway cut. So for example, if people are parking in the street and their car is, they don't own the property in front of the driveway, technically our parking enforcement could fine them for being too close to someone else's driveway. But the reason why parking can't be counted for the purposes of the application is because in theory, the city could always take away public parking too.
Thank you. And I think I'm asking that just because I know there's a parking study or a recommendation coming out of the department. And I hope this gets included too, because when I visit friends in other cities, like it's very clear when they're living in townhomes or condos, they tell me like, look for on-street parking because that's all there is. So I think Councilwoman Diaz, you said it well, and just wanted to make sure that's true here too.
Okay, Ms. Armstrong?
So I just want to thank my colleagues for their input. I was going to say that this is difficult for me because I like us to plan for what we know is going to happen. And we know that we're going to end up with a parking problem. And we know that at some point we can kick this can, but eventually we're going to have to deal with the real issue of how do we deal with infill development, how we deal with parking, at what point are we going to reach a place where it's a real problem. And I think it's probably going to happen faster than we like. If you go out into the neighborhood, you will see that even though there's a bus stop on Maryland Parkway, there is not a sidewalk on either side of the street at, oh boy, what is this street? Mesquite going up to Maryland Parkway. There's no sidewalk, it's dirt on both sides. So I think this has challenges. I'm concerned about it, and I care. I know everyone knows that I care about housing. It's top of mind for me, but there's always unintended consequences when we skirt against rules. We have our standards for a reason because I think our staff understands by our own rules that these things are important. So at some point we're going to have to deal with this. For today, and I hate doing this, I will kick the can down the road. I think it's probably going to bite me in the butt later, but for today, I will kick the can down the road and vote for approval. I think this is beautiful architecture. I think it's going to bring something lovely to the community. But the people down the road are going to have to deal with, and we are, this issue. And we should probably start talking about it like yesterday. So my motion today is to approve the project. Thank you for bringing something beautiful, and I hope this works out.
Please vote. Post.
Can I say one thing?
Oh, wait, now, at this moment?
After, you can say that.
Oh, okay. Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Mr. Knutson.
It's just a request, and based on the comments of the councilwoman, Mr. Floyd, in that parking study that we're doing, can we incorporate like these kinds of topics? Because I think they're very relevant. I just don't know how to address them, and maybe in your parking study, we can start to think about how we address the can.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, we'll do that. Our parking study includes commercial and multifamily, so this would be included.
Thank you so much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Agenda item 57, 25-0365 on the following land use entitlement project requests on 0.48 acres on the southwest corner, Charleston Boulevard and Strong Drive, PR Professional Office and Parking Zone. 57A, 25-0365-VAR1 to allow a proposed medical office building that does not conform to the Title 19.08 development standards for setbacks and residential adjacency. 57B, 25-0365- SDR1 for a proposed one-story, 3,574 square foot medical office development with waivers of building orientation and perimeter landscape buffer requirements. The applicant owner is Rainbow and DI Limited Liability Company. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 1. Mr. Knutson in our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I am. My name
Would
is.
you please state your name and tell us about your project?
Oh, yes. My name is Kerry Shea. I'm the architect with ACG representing the applicant. And what we're presenting today is a single-story office use building located on Charleston and Strong. It is in with the medical corridor. We've worked closely with staff in order to comply with the medical corridor requirements for the building. So we've actually relocated the access to the property to Strong Drive in order to enhance the landscape and provide the adequate landscape depth along Charleston to facilitate pedestrian access along this corridor. So I think that, you know, even though we have asked for some waivers, which I believe are technical in nature because the foundation of the building is within the setback, but we wanted to provide some additional architectural detail to the building. And the awnings do encroach into the setback, so we're asking for a few waivers for that. The landscape request to reduce landscape on the west side of the property is only due to the trash enclosure, which we set back in order for it to work 1 foot to the property line. Other than that, I think it's it fits nicely within the area and it's compatible. So if you have any additional questions, please let me know.
We will, I'm sure. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. Plans for the proposed development have been revised to provide access from Strong Drive, place the building at the corner, and bring parking to the rear and sides. However, the building fails to meet setback, trash enclosure separation, parking, and landscape buffer standards, indicating that the design is not harmonious and compatible with the adjacent development. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? If not, I will close the meeting, the hearing, I should say. Are there any questions or comments from city council members? No? Okay. Is there a motion, Councilman Knutson?
Thank you, Mayor. I hate vacant lots, and this neighborhood has looked at this vacant lot for over 10 years, so I ask your client to please move quickly, and with that, I'll approve 57A and B.
All right. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thanks so much.
Agenda item 58, 25-0376- on the following land use entitlement project requests on 31.72 acres on the northwest corner of Log Cabin Way and Alpine Ridgeway, 58A, 25-0376-GPA1 from PCD, Planned Community Development to ML, Medium Low Density Residential, 58B, 25-0376-ZON1 from U, Undeveloped, PCD, Planned Community Development, General Plan Designation, to R-CL, Single Family Compact Lot. 58C, 25-0376-VAR1, to allow private gated streets that do not conform to Title 19.04, Complete Street Standards. 58D, 25-0376-VAC1, petition to vacate U.S. government patent easements and portions of public rights of way, Larry McBird Street and Rustin Road. 58E, 25-0376-TMP1, Creston, for a proposed 232-lot single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is KB Homes of Nevada, Inc., et al. The owner is Kyle Ridge, LLC, et al. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends approval on 25-0376 GPA1 in Zone 1. Staff recommends denial on 25-0376 VAR1, VAC1, and TMP1. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home, and to my left is my partner, Jennifer Lazovich, who's here representing Tri-Point Homes, which is on the next matter that you're going to hear, that you trailed. And so the reason why she's here is because she's part of this application, and then also she's here to critique my presentation before you today. So that's why she's here. So that being said, as I mentioned, is I'm representing KB, she's representing Tri-Point. What's before you is highlighted here is about over 30 acres of vacant property. Essentially, this is in the Kyle Canyon area, up in the northwest. This is one of the hottest development areas over the last couple of years because it's vacant land and there's available land for development. Actually, Jennifer and I started this a few years ago with Kyle Canyon Gateway. This was about 5 years ago with the development that started all this residential development that you see on this plan here. Projects have been approved for KB Home, Tri-Point, and Richmond American, and this is the development that you see located there. Within the last year, earlier this year, you as a council approved the Kyle Canyon plan or overlay in this area. Our property is located in this area, which is orange, which allows for medium density. As your staff has mentioned, we are coming in with a general plan amendment and a zone change that is in compliance with the plan that's been proposed in this area. Actually, the overall entitlements that we're asking for are less dense than what we could build in this area. Next thing that I want to show you here is this is the makeup of all the developments that are existing, under construction, or coming through the entitlement process. And this is where TriPoint comes in with respect to the application that we have. So what you have here is in the light blue area, this is the 30 acres of development that KB is looking to build. They're going to build in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. As a matter of fact, they're going to build a similar development, which is located right here, that was just recently approved within the last couple of years, and this development located in this area here. The product segmentation for this property is similar to the two that I've shown you. As you know, one of the big issues and concerns is when you build development, you want to make sure you have product segmentation. That means you have different entry levels of development for home building. You have entry level, move up, et cetera, as you go up the ladder. So one of the things that we have here is TriPoint, and this is why Jennifer's here. They were approved with a lower density development than what we are coming in with. The concern that TriPoint has, if anything, they don't want us to come in with a lower or similar product of what they have, because what happens then, we will compete against each other instead of having different demographics that you would otherwise have for product segmentation. So it makes sense when you think about it, and you want to make sure you have a variety of housing instead of just one type of housing for everybody. So the vacation that we're asking for is in this area here. So currently, TriPoint has been approved for an application for entitlements, as I showed you. In their entitlements, the Larry McBride right-of-way is shown on their plans. Their application, that if this application is approved, is asking to remove that condition to improve Larry McBride. We're working together on a joint development agreement where we are working on the drainage in this area. By doing so, KB and TriPoint are looking to vacate Larry McBride in this area, and as you can see by all the green in this area, will continue to be a trail. Now, this trail is somewhat unique because Councilwoman Bruni, since she's been in office, she wanted to make sure that one, we have a lot of green space up here, and number two, we have a lot of connectivity. This here, by approving our vacation today, and then subsequently approving Jennifer's application for Larry McBride, will allow that continuity to have that access throughout the developments or the developments that you see on the plan here. So we believe that it's in the best interest, not only from a development standpoint for both builders, but for the city to allow this to happen. And the other thing that I wanted to show you is, because this is like the amenity plans, a lot of these developments, because you come in with RCL zoning, does not require you to have open space. So one of the things that Councilwoman Bruni and the developers have been doing in their subdivisions, as you can see by the green spaces, is coming in with not just green space, but program amenities throughout the community that you see in here. As a matter of fact, I'll get into our site plan. And we're providing, obviously, about 80,000 square feet plus of open space in park areas, as you see, located in trail in this area here. And that's more than what the code would require us to do in this area. So one of the things we've been doing as we sat down with Councilwoman Bruni is ensuring, like all the other developments, is putting in a variety of types of amenities for the residents in this area. So in this area here, we have some dog parks, we have some playground top lot areas in here, we have some shade structures and some other amenities here. And then down in the third park in this area, we just added a volleyball court and working with the councilwoman, some green space for a dog park and tot lots playground area in that area. So the only reason why I'm pointing that out to you is these things, as we come through this process, there is at least collaboration between the city and the developers in putting together, although this is not a master plan community, but is as close as the one as you can get, with the trails, the open space, and the amenities that has been designed over the last couple of years. So that being said, and I got Jennifer here. I don't know if she needs to add anything else. Hopefully I did a good enough job for her so she doesn't have to speak on the next item. And that being said, I'd ask you to approve the applications that we have before you on these items. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Seth Floyd, for the record. Mayor, the proposed general plan amendment and rezoning are compatible with the designations and densities of the adjacent parcels and conform with the Kyle Canyon Area Plan and Las Vegas 2050 Master Plan. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested general plan amendment and rezoning Conversely, no unique or extraordinary circumstance has been presented to warrant the requested variance of complete street standards to allow stub streets and no sidewalks for portions of the stub streets. And as such, staff is recommending denial of the requested variance and associated petition to vacate and tentative map. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion. Councilwoman Bruni.
Okay, can I guess just ask legal, I know I will approve each item, but can I go ahead and just make a motion to approve 58 and then move into 54, or do we?
Yeah, it's separate, yeah. We're gonna
Okay, all right. So I want to thank KB Homes and TriPoint for working with our office to really expand the open space and the amenities and the diversification of amenities across the different communities, because I think overall it does create that master planned effect. So thank you for working with our office. And with that, I'm happy to approve item 58, 25-0376, A through E.
I thank you so much. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. We'll now move back to item 54. And even though you did a remarkable job representing her, we'll let her speak now.
Exactly. She's going to speak anyway, so.
Item 54, 25-0436, abeyance item on the following land use entitlement project request located on the north side of Log Cabin Way, approximately 630 feet west of Alpine Ridgeway, R-SL Residential Small Lot Zone. 54A, 25-0436-ROC1, abeyance item on an approved tentative map to remove Larry McBird Street from condition of approval number 10, 21.20 acres. 54B, 25-0436-ROC2, abeyance item of an approved tentative map to remove Larry McBird Street from condition of approval number 10, 10.63 acres. The applicant is TriPoint Homes of Nevada, Inc., and the owner is KLLB by 3 LLC. Staff recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 6, Ms. Bruni, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon. Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today representing TriPoint. The only comment I would have from my partner is he did all the talking, and I'm used to that, so I will try to keep it short on my side. My comments are really technical in nature. I want to thank Lucian, Seth, and Peter because we are in this interesting situation where part of TriPoint's trail development is contingent upon KB, our adjacent neighbor, getting some things done. We wanted to make sure that if timing is maybe we're a little bit ahead, we have some flexibility to keep going. And so I worked with Public Works and Planning, and I would ask that 2 conditions be amended. The first is on 25-0436-ROC1. Condition number 2 should be deleted and replaced with the following. Approval of variance 25-0376-VAR1, petition to vacate 25-0376-VAC1, and tentative map 25-0376-TMP1 shall be required if approved. Conformance to the conditions of approval for 25-0376-VAC1 is required if it is to record prior to or concurrent with the final map for 25-0065-TMP1. And then for review of condition number 2, again, we would ask that condition number 2 be deleted and replaced with the following. Approval of variance 25-0376-VAR1, petition to vacate 25-0376-VAC1, and tentative map 25-0376-TMP1 shall be required if approved. Conformance to the conditions of approval for 25-0376-VAC1 is required if it is to record prior to or concurrent with the final map for 24-0254-TMP1. I will just say, Madam Mayor, there's a lot that goes into reading all of the things you have to read, all the numbers, all the names.
Sympathizes with me.
Yes, I do. I do that very much. So thank you very much to staff for working with us on those revised conditions that allows a little bit of flexibility, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. The vacation of Larry McBride Street and Ruston Road for a paseo and trail system that provides open space and recreation opportunities for the area residents supports the goals of the Kyle Canyon Area Plan, which strives for neighborhood connectivity and linear parks. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the request, and staff concurs with what Ms. Lazovich has read into the record for the amendments to ROC1 and ROC2.
Thank you so much. Is there anybody that wishes to be heard on this item? If seeing none, I will close the public meeting. Did you understand what Mr. Lowenstein just said?
I did.
All right, and are you okay with that?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion at this time. Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you, and I want to again commend and thank TriPoint for supporting the work to emphasize trail connectivity. And with that, I will make a motion to approve item 54, 25-0436 A and B with the revised conditions, which have already been read into the record.
All right, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Happiest of holidays to all of you, and see you next year.
Happy holidays. Okay, agenda item 59, 25-0417-SDR1, Site Development Plan Review. Applicant owner, CK Investments LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a proposed one-story, 6,200 square foot dental office with waivers of town center development standards at 6630 Grand Montecito Parkway, TC Town Center Zone, MC-TC Montecito-Town Center, special land use designation, Ward 4, Ms. Allen Polensky. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Madam
Would you
Mayor.
care to state your name and tell us about your project?
My name's Roberto Piedra, 2140 East Pebble Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. We're proposing a 6,200 square foot dentist office. It's an infill development of a pre-existing development. It will be the last piece to come in. It's for this area here. Some of the waivers that we're requesting are for the town center standards. We feel that per previous building or existing buildings, we meet the same standards that have been previously approved. For example, one of the waivers is for less glazing along the street frontage. The building right next to ours currently has less than 70% as well. The design is to stand out and be an attraction to the area. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
I thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. The pad site development as proposed requires numerous waivers of town center and development standards that are self-imposed, and as such, the development will not be compatible with the area, and staff therefore has recommended denial of the site development plan review. Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? If not, I will close the public meeting. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Okay, in that case, is there a motion, Councilwoman Polinsky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to stay consistent with our very thoughtful Planning Commission and make a motion to approve item number 59. Welcome to Ward 4, maybe.
Okay, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Agenda item 60. 25-0418 on the following land entitlement project requests. 60A, 25-0418-VAR1 to allow a street name change on an existing name street alignment and a 23-character street name, Skyview Ridge Parkway, where 20 characters is the maximum allowed. 60B, 25-0418-SNC1 from Centennial Parkway west of Sheep Mountain Parkway to Skyview Ridge Parkway. 60C, 25-0418-SNC2 from Tropical Parkway west of Sheep Mountain Parkway to Sky Outlook Parkway. The applicant owner is Canyon Walk LLC. The Planning Commission recommends approval on the entire land use entitlement project. Staff recommends denial on the entire land use entitlement project. These are in Ward 4, Ms. Alan Polinsky, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It's my honor to say good afternoon since I started my morning by saying good morning to you. Now it's officially afternoon. I'm here representing the Olympia Development Team. You're very familiar with Mr. Goet, Mr. Insulaco, and Chris Armstrong. Chris would like to be here today, but he's out there on the property building homes. Since they finally closed, they got their bond, thanks to you and Councilwoman Polinsky working on that bond a week or so ago. So they're moving along with development. And as I reminded you about a month ago, this is a $2 billion master plan community that's being built out in the Northwest, which is known as Sky Summit. As you can see on the aerial here, I'm showing you, highlighting the 505 acres. This is a Centennial alignment. This is the 215. Tropical is down here. And then we have the Sheep Mountain Parkway, which is going to be separating Sky Hills along with Sky Summit. What we are asking for is to change names, street name from Centennial and Tropical to the street names that are proposed on your agenda. And the reason is as you're familiar with any type of master plan community, they like to have their own theme and brand, which is not unusual if you drive through Summerlin, you drive through Southern Highlands or other master plan communities where they actually do make those name changes. So what's unique about this and different than others is when you would be crossing over Sheep Mountain Parkway, we're looking to make that change to the street in this area on Centennial, which will dead end into the disposal area, and the same thing on Tropical. What is key is that we have your fire department. We've worked with them from a public safety standpoint, and they're fine with that. Your Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval, and I'd ask you to follow your Planning Commission's decision.
I thank you so much. Is there a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Mayor, staff finds both street name change requests as well as the request to allow a street name change to exceed 20 characters where such is not allowed to be preferential in nature, as both named street alignments are able to connect and continue westward as planned by the Master Plan of Streets and Highways, and therefore staff recommends denial of the requested variance and both street name changes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public meeting. Are there any questions or comments from the council? I see none. So in that case, is there a motion, Councilwoman Polinsky?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In conjunction with our Planning Commission, the Director of Community Development's guidance, along with the City Manager's guidance, who said, Polinsky, don't screw this up, and the Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, I'd like to move to approve item number 60A, B, and C collectively.
Okay. Shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you very much, and I want to wish you happy holidays and a happy new year. I will for sure, hopefully see you next year. Take care.
We'll look forward to that. Agenda item 61. 25-0435-VAR1, variance applicant Taco Escobar, owner Boer Hirsch LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow a proposed projecting sign that does not conform to Title 19 development standards for maximum sign area and maximum projection from the building elevation on 0.52 acres at 509 Fremont Street, TC-UC T6 Urban Core Zone, Ward 3, Ms. Diaz. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. Councilwoman Kelly, is there a disclosure that you would like to make?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Out of an abundance of caution and transparency, I wanted to disclose that this item's applicant is the husband of one of my 3 special assistants. My special assistant has not been involved with this item in any way, and with this disclosure, I will be voting on the item.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Hi, my name is Troy Traub. I work for Unique Signs, where we'll be building that sign.
All right, and would you tell us about your project?
It's, the sign is for Tacos Escobar at 509 Fremont. They've been open for a few months now. The sign we are proposing is called a spectacular sign. It fits the location and what is in use in that area. It does not stick out any farther than the neighboring signs and not nearly as tall as the immediate neighbor. It is a very good-looking sign that will help attract visitors to the business. I'm asking for approval from the council, as did the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff report?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Peter Lowenstein for the record. The proposed projecting sign does not meet the standards set by Title 19. Staff finds the applicant has created self-imposed hardship by proposing a sign exceeding the maximum allowed projection from the building and sign area, and therefore staff is recommending denial. Just so you're aware, additional steps, this will go to the Downtown Design Review Committee for the aesthetic component once this issue is resolved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Okay. Is there a motion, Councilwoman Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This being on Fremont Street and really having a lot of different unique signage and things to look at on Fremont Street East, I don't see that this would stick out like a sore thumb. So I'm going to go ahead and follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval and move that we approve agenda item 61.
Okay, shall we vote? Please post. Motion carries. Thank you so much and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you.
Agenda item 62. 25-0461-GPA1, General Plan Amendment, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to amend and incorporate a supplemental heat mitigation urban forestry management plan as part of the conservation element to the City of Las Vegas 2050 master plan, consistent with Section 11 of Ordinance 6788. All wards are affected. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare open. As the applicant is the City of Las Vegas. Hello, gentlemen. What do you have to say for yourselves?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Marco Vallada, City of Las Vegas Department of Community Development for the record. I'm here with Brad, our urban forester.
Yeah, Brad Dossler, urban forester for the City of Las Vegas.
And today, we're here to present the city's urban forestry management plan. This is something that we've been working on with our consultant, Davey Resource Group, over the past year and change, really to tackle a number of things related to Assembly Bill 96. It actually started with Councilwoman Bruni before she became councilwoman in her role as the executive director for the Gwynn Center. the trajectory of this started there with an interim committee of the legislature that got a recommendation for a bill to incorporate heat mitigation into master plans. It didn't make it through the 2023 legislative session all the way. It was vetoed by Governor Lombardo, but it did make its way back through in 2025, in the 2025 session as Assembly Bill 96. And this is one of the steps we're taking to comply with that law. So I wanted to start here first with this, this map again. We've been looking at, and we have acknowledged that the urban heat island effect is really one of the things that is impacting urban Las Vegas, downtown, and the immediately adjacent neighborhoods, in particular the Charleston area, West Las Vegas, and East Las Vegas, right around downtown, for a number of different reasons. And when you overlay demographics, socioeconomics, the residents that live there, and you combine that with the shading and the tree canopy coverage, the city of Las Vegas is impacted more by the urban heat island effect than other communities in the Las Vegas Valley. But as a whole, it impacts us, and we're taking steps to mitigate that. And the heat mitigation plan that we have in front of you, this urban forestry management plan, has recommendations and steps that we can take to address that and plant more trees as a part of our overarching 2050 master plan. The goals within that were to plant 60,000 trees over the next 25 years. We followed that with a resolution to really get into some specifics, and one of the things that came out of that was get down to the details, figure out what we need to do to get that 60,000 trees and increase our overall canopy coverage, and increase our shading, and target the neighborhoods that need them the most. And then with Assembly Bill 96, that heat mitigation plan needs to include things like shade structures, urban tree canopies with preference for native trees and a drought-tolerant species. And that's something that we're specifically looking at because of the impact on water. It might seem a little counterintuitive, to have trees and plants and vegetation going on at the same time when you have a drought. What trees are the best? What's going to provide the most benefit to our community? So this plan provides that framework. We'll go through it just at a very high level, what we have here now existing, what do we want, and how do we get there, as well as the inventory, which is the other component that was a part of this plan. And I'll turn things over to Brad.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, the initial step that we needed to take was finding out kind of where we stand with the trees we own and the trees we're taking care of to start with. So with the urban forestry management plan came an inventory. And so to give you guys some context, a traditional tree inventory that a lot of communities do is they send people out like me, they send arborist people out, and we walk around and we inventory. We look at the trees, we kind of get a general size range, a general condition, and we make an assessment about the trees, and it's kind of a snapshot in time of what we own. And so the city of Las Vegas did their last inventory in 2013, and then this last one that we did was in 2024, so nearly a decade later. And as you can imagine, well, maybe you can't imagine, but trees are a very unique asset that the city owns and maintains in that they change. So when we install a stoplight, kind of looks the same 10 years later, but trees change rapidly. And so we have to understand that asset just needs to be managed differently. We have to understand as it goes. And so with this inventory, we didn't do a traditional inventory. We didn't send a bunch of people out to take relative measurements of trees and relative assessments. We did something unique and kind of innovative, which is great for the city. And so we did a smart tree inventory. And essentially what they did, Davia Resource Group, is they took a Google car and they drove it up and down every city street. They drove it through all of our parks, and it has all these cameras. And so with LiDAR, and that's not important, they scanned all of our trees. And so we have, on the internet, digital twins of all of our trees. So we have 3D models of what's going on. And so as an initial scan, that is very cool. But what makes it so important and so, I think what's going to be so helpful to us is that we're going to continue to scan. So instead of taking another break and doing an inventory in another decade, and not really capturing or knowing all that change, we're going to scan again every other year. So we're going to start to develop this story of our trees. We're going to see which species are being successful. We're going to see which species are failing. And so there's all this great information and data that's captured, and it's going to allow us to more successfully build the canopy that I think our citizens want and make good choices, because it can be very, very expensive to plant trees and fail. So it's the labor to put the tree in, it's the water that we understand as a resource that we need to be careful with. And then it's also the time, like, you know, if we're planting something and then coming back and doing it in 5 years, we've lost the time, we've lost the benefits the trees provide to our community. So I think this whole inventory project that we're setting out on, not just the initial one, but kind of the continued scans, give us a good opportunity to do a really good job for the community.
Yeah, and one of the important things about this inventory is we find out our existing conditions. We noticed that we had a 17% decrease over the last 5 or 6 years in our existing canopy. Our overall canopy coverage is in the single digits. It sits at about 6%, depending on where you're looking at, varies neighborhood to neighborhood. But we have plenty of opportunities to improve upon that and really try to get more publicly planted trees in our municipal parks and in our right-of-ways, as well as part of conditions of development that you approve for each of the planning cases that come forward. And you can see in the distribution here that it's really across the board. You know, some of that tree loss, it's a result of more or less disease. It could be just age of the tree, condition of the tree, poor management, and that's the thing that we're trying to overcome here. The other important thing is species diversity.
Okay. Yeah, let me try to explain what we're looking at here. So within the city owns and manages 40,000 trees. And so what species diversity, what this graph is trying to tell us is which individual species of trees comprise the urban forest. So we're saying, you know, the urban forest is made up of Turkish pine and velvet ash and shoestring acacia, and it's giving us these relative percentages of these trees. So why would that be important? As a tree manager of a large population of trees, and other communities kind of ascribe to this, is there's a 5, 10, 15 rule, right? So we don't want our inventory of trees to be made up of more than 5% of any one species. And so if you look at this top line, Turkish pine makes up almost 15%. Ash is double that too. So what happens is it makes our tree population vulnerable to loss. So I guess, Mayor, if I can ask you a question. So do you know a tree species?
No.
No. You want to pass it on to someone else?
No.
Okay. He said no.
Is that the right answer?
No. So
no.
I guess what I want to illustrate is that if we had a tree that we thought was really a valuable tree, it performed well, it was drought tolerant, it was heat tolerant, it created all this canopy. And so you have this favorite tree, and so we start planting these trees and they're successful, and developers think these trees are good trees and they're planting them. And so we all think that we're doing this really good thing by planting this one tree that we understand is performing well. Individually, that's not an issue. You know, everyone's doing kind of the right thing at the right time, but in aggregate, altogether, we've kind of set ourselves up for loss. Like, pine has been a good tree, but now we have so many that these trees live in this constantly changing environment. Like, it's a very dynamic situation. Temperatures change. We have water issues. You know, we're removing turf. And even if everything stayed static, you know, you don't know what's going to come along, pests, diseases, all these things. So we, owning this huge collection of trees, have to really be aware of that. And so we've got to kind of pick our head up and look and say, okay, we've kind of overinvested in this spot, and this leaves us really vulnerable to losing something valuable to the community, like both financially valuable and just in our parks and everything. So that's kind of the diversity component of it, and we're addressing it with the way we're looking at plantings that we're doing within the city that we're in control of. But it's important also for you guys with making planning decisions, understanding that all these little decisions kind of can snowball into something different. I could go for a while.
So as part of this process, we did consult with the community to make sure that we're on the right page. And now that we have the inventory results, we use UNLV and their Public Policy Institute to survey the communities. And of course, there is support for increasing the tree canopy and planting them both in public settings and on private property, as well as a willingness to participate with certain programs that are being offered by SNWA and by the city, which I'll touch on in just a second. There is an understanding that we are in a drought, and that conflict is acknowledged, but it's the right tree in the right place, and we do have species that can do both. They can provide that canopy coverage to help reduce heat as well as be very water efficient. So how do we get there? The plan details a number of different recommendations that we will follow up on. I mean, some of them come down to Parks and Recreation and Brad and his team on how we manage individual locations and individual tree species, continuing to collect data, working on building up that inventory, looking at ways to educate and engage residents, as well as looking at our codes in terms of what we require of residential and commercial property owners. So there is a preferred species list that we'll continue to fine tune. We do have now a list of training and standard operating procedures for Brad, tree planting in priority locations, as well as an outreach program, as well as continued partnerships. And we have been approached a number of times. We have another one that's coming right up on grant opportunities to plant trees in at different parks. We have a tree planting grant that we're launching now that I'll show on the next slide. But for each of these, we were given an assessment of how easy or hard this would be, how much it would cost, and how easy or hard it would be to implement. And some of the policy level things we're going to come back to you on as part of a future text amendment to Title 19 and Title 13. Some of those codes have been decades old. In Title 13's case, I don't think it had been updated since the 1950s or so. So there are things that can be fixed. And again, as part of that effort, a couple of council meetings ago, we did launch our tree bait, our free tree that's available for residents in wards 1, 3, and 5. This is a USDA planning grant for community forestry. Information on that is available at lasvegasnevada.gov/trees. And you can reach out to myself, Rachel, or Brad. We will help get people signed up. If you're a single-family property owner in these areas, we can get a tree planted from our tree species list. And PAR 3, who's contracted to do this, will come out and get that done. That's going to be available for the next couple of years through the term of the grant. And with that, if there's any other questions, we have a subject matter expert here, and we'd be more than willing to answer them for you. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and I've learned a lot from your presentation, so thank you so much. It's not only important because of the extraordinary heat in the summer, but it'll also beautify the community, and I'm just delighted with what we're doing. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? In that case, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions from the council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Great job on the presentation. Chinese pistachio is the tree that I would pick.
That's what I was looking for.
Oh,
Thank you.
Now I better study up on tree species, for heaven's sakes.
Next time.
My question is in Ward 1, it looks like we have at least a higher percentage of the canopy with only seconded by, or right behind Ward 2. So Ward 1, a lot of the trees are more mature, especially in the downtown core. They're gigantic. And in my neighborhood, I can see where they're all catching the same disease. I have a tree in my front yard that caught the same disease as like 10 other trees in the neighborhood. Is there a portion of our plan that can kind of focus in on neighborhoods saying you're going to have to take out your tree at some point, and here's how we're going to work through this? Because just in my ward, I can see the tree canopy declining dramatically.
Marco Valletta for the record. I'll let Brad answer in part as well, but as part of that text amendment, one of the things, and I think one of the things that City Council has been able to do is look at disease and things that are a part of the whether it's on private property or public property, if there's something that is causing a loss of trees as a result of disease or pests, that's something that we can control, and that would be a code enforcement function, of course, but it's something that we had been recommended as part of the plan, and that's something that we're looking at putting in.
Well, I'm not asking for code enforcement to come to my house.
Sure, but
I
in terms
don't
of
know what
like
to do with my dying tree. Is there like a communication strategy for neighborhoods? Because private homeowners, me for example, doesn't know exactly what to look for in a dying tree, and I don't know what to do with it when I have it. And I'm guessing, I know for a fact, all of my neighborhoods kind of feel the same way.
Yeah, so with the urban forestry management plan, we did launch a website on the city, like an urban forestry page. And so it's kind of immature at this point, and we're using it to kind of broadcast the free tree program. But it's also going to have, I think in the future, like our species list and some recommendations, and we could incorporate any amount of information. Like I said, it's kind of young, but I think there's opportunities to share that kind of thing with the public and help support the canopy.
So that would be a request, and as we move forward in developing these fantastic ideas, is how do we communicate individually to residences about what to look for in a diseased or dying tree, and then what steps they should take, because I'm using myself as an example, I don't know. So how we communicate to private residences, I think will have a huge impact on the overall tree canopy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Is there anybody else that we should, yes? Oh, the councilwoman.
I just want to say thank you. Brad, you know me. This is my jam. I went out on a tour of the garden, the tree garden, and I told him when I really retire, all I want is a water hose. I just want to go out there and water trees because this is my jam. And I have to agree with my colleague. I have ash trees, and they're dying off, right? And so I want to make sure that I'm doing the right thing. But this is so very important, and to use the technology, the Google, to do the canopy, what a way for us to not only capture what we have now, to see how the things that we're going to plant are going to perform, and to be able to measure, like, is our canopy effort actually working? And these are the things, when I met you at the tree canopy meetings, this was a big deal, right? We're planting, but can we measure the effect? And I think that's really important. I'm looking forward to having you in our neighborhood talking to people about adding trees. I think it's super, super important, and people are really aware of it now. I'm again, a really, really big fan. And my tree choice would be a lace bark elm, because I am a Cali girl, and it peels like a sycamore tree. And it's very reminiscent of my childhood. But just wonderful job. I'm so proud. This is a really important thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just I guess in response to that, like with the nursery, I felt like I was going really long on the diversity thing, but the nursery is the kind of thing that allows us to, the nursery project that we have in the city, we have a nursery where we have like roughly 2,500 trees growing at any one time, and it's supporting all of our planting projects and supporting our diversity goals. And I would invite any of you guys to come out and see it. It's really incredible. It's I think, foundational and so important to what we're doing. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you so much. Ms. Kelly?
Yes, thank you. I want to echo again, I too have ash trees, would like to know what, as you see them not being as healthy as they used to be, it would be nice if we had some resources that took advantage of the fact that we have an urban forester, which I think has got to be one of the coolest jobs ever. I also want to commend you on the thoroughness of the work, the technology that you're using, and the fact that we're going to have this information as well as other things available and accessible to the public. I do have a question about the tree goal of 60,000 trees. I'm curious why we don't include trees that are planted by developers. Or maybe we do, and I'm wrong.
Marco Vallata, for the record, that it is inclusive of that as well, but we've been counting on the ones that we have planted in the right-of-way. We have the ability to track all of it, and as part of this this plan, and with the 2050 plan, we did take a look at land cover, and we have shading analysis as well. That's how we came up with some of those initial numbers and figures and projections on what could we reasonably get to over a 30-year period.
Okay, terrific, because I know that I'm trying to do my part at keeping the developers to the tree expectations and regulations that we have. So thank you very much for that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Dassler, and this is more for, I guess, our planning development, community development folks, even for us. You made a really interesting observation. You got really passionate on your soapbox for a little bit about diversifying the tree species in our tree ecosystem so that we can guarantee longevity and health for the trees. And I didn't know this. So when you spoke it, I was like, oh my goodness, like there's a lot of times, you know, when I'm going to speak for us, we're meeting with folks who want to develop things in our areas, in our wards. And number one, I say, don't bring me any palm trees because I'm not a fan of the palm. So I can tell you which trees I don't really want to see. But then I don't have a list of trees that would be compatible and harmonious for that ecosystem. So do we do something where we vet and we're checking in and we're identifying how many trees we have of what and what would be the best recommendation? Because I know that we refer them to the drought tolerant list, but if everyone's putting the same kind of tree, it sounds like we're setting ourselves up for failure. So I just kind of wanted to be educated if we do go to that granular level of advising them how they diversify their tree selections.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. Seth Floyd for the record. I'll defer to Brad on part of that, but to answer your question about what we're doing with new developments, this has been coming up a lot over the last probably year or so at Planning Commission, where we started with, we were just requiring developers to adhere to the the drought tolerant species list. What we've learned through going through this process is we may need to take a look at the diversity requirements, because I think if you see proposals come through now, as long as it's on the list, we as staff are saying, well, okay, that's fine, it's on the list, and that's what we're looking to see. And so that's something Brad and I have talked about, and that may be a follow-up implementation step from this plan is to look at how we can require diversity, especially in, you know, we're almost done with the huge developments. Those have almost all been entitled now, so we're looking more at diversifying on a smaller project-by-project basis.
Please make sure you brief us and follow up and make us informed as to what is conducive and appropriate. Like Desert Pines development is one that we should make sure that, you know, we have a sound offering of trees on moving forward. And that one, we haven't even gotten to that point. But wanted to keep that top of mind because I know I pushed to get more trees and landscaping in Ward 3 developments, but it'd be nice to make sure that we're making the best and highest use of those decisions.
Councilman, I should clarify, Peter just reminded me, I was referring to the private development projects that we're seeing, the larger ones. With our own street trees, we have, and maybe these guys can talk about it, prescribed diversity requirements in those. So we've already done that part of it.
So anytime we're leading a project, then we do that internally?
Yeah, so I review all those projects, so I kind of have that in my mind to do that.
Okay.
But to the development side, it is challenging. I know how important it is, but it's also as important it's equally challenging because it has a lot to do with species availability, like from commercial nurseries and things like this. And so that's what makes our nursery project kind of so unique is we're developing trees that maybe aren't commercially available, things that maybe, you know, we have so many different opportunities to plant that we can plant 80 different species of trees. And there's a risk aspect to it where we're, you know, making educated decisions and putting things out there. But obviously, like, people who are developing commercial properties are less risk tolerant in that way. And so it's going to be a challenging thing to tackle, but it is something to keep in mind.
Another point I just wanted to kind of raise is that sometimes those diseased trees that MPT spoke about, or not water trees that basically are, they kill from not watering, they become casualties to windstorms. Anytime we have significant wind, which in Vegas, I didn't think we were the windy city compared to Chicago, but we're a pretty windy city. And when I'm driving through after the aftermath of a windstorm, I see many downed trees, and some of them are on residential and commercial developments. I know we as a city replace our trees, but what I want to, I guess, kind of leave in the hands of our code enforcement is to make sure that we stay on top of those other developments to replace the lost trees so that we don't lose the canopy every time we have that kind of significant weather event in our valley. And my favorite species is Palo Verde, which didn't make it on here.
Oh, very nice.
Hey, I got to get a favorite species. I will entertain a motion, Mayor Pro Tem.
If you agree to not call code enforcement on my dying tree, then I would move to approve, and thank you very much.
Lose his address. All right, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you guys very, very much.
All right, thank
It was
you.
a wonderful presentation. Item 63 have been held in abeyance until the January 21st meeting. Item 64, 25-0469-VAR1 variance, applicant Martha Gabriela Romero Cisneros, owner Construction Group, Inc., for possible action on a land use entitlement project request to allow 19 parking spaces where 41 spaces are required on 0.44 acres at 2187 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite 110, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, Mayor Berkeley. My name is Jose Rivas, representing the Robinson Loan 10931 Preston Trails Avenue, Las Vegas.
All right, would you please tell us about your project?
So when we decided to open up the salon, we looked at several properties in the areas, in the vicinity, and when we found this property, we contacted our accountant to call the city and find out what the requirements were. And we were communicated back that we needed 18 spaces for the location, which we then said, well, that's fine. We have 19 spaces in the area. And then we went ahead and signed the lease. And when all the other licenses were approved, we found out that it was 18 spaces, but just for the salon, not for the 2 additional lease spaces that are available. Since then, the liquor store has taken an additional space. And you have a lot of, their traffic comes in and goes every, 5 minutes or so. We feel that there's a lot of parking in the neighborhood, and a lot of the clients that have been coming in since we opened are local people that we have a lot of walk-ins as well. And we don't believe that there is a problem with parking. We haven't seen any problem with parking. There's additional parking on the adjacent streets as well and across the streets as well. There's a lot of ample parking lot for additional parking. So we would like to request the city for approval to open up the 6 stations that we require to be able to do good business with the community. The place has cleaned up a lot since we moved in, and a lot of the people that were sleeping in the area are now vacated. So I think it's been a good thing for the city. It's going to be a good thing for the community if this is approved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I have a staff a report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Peter Lowenstein for the record. No evidence of unique or extraordinary circumstances related to the physical characteristics of the property has been presented to warrant the requested parking variance. As such, the hardship is self-imposed, as well as indicates the use is too intense for the subject site, and therefore staff has recommended denial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions or comments from the council? Yes, Ms. Summers Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It is exciting that we have a small business that wants to expand in this location, but we just had a similar item about a month or so ago, on the opposite side of this location, on Stacy, where we had the last one in of a business where their neighbors took all the parking and they wanted to bring in their own parking, wanted to expand and would have exceeded the available parking. This location is the same thing. You're the last one in, and your required parking is 41, and it's just doesn't have enough room for you to have 6 stations. I know that there is street parking over on Eugene, but that is only on one side of the street, and then we start to encroach into a residential neighborhood. Might I ask if you have done any type of a parking study of your own? Have you done any measurements of parking on your own? Because I just feel like I have to be even-handed with you as I was with the applicant that came just down the street from you.
We've asked all the customers that are coming in how they're getting in, and we just not have seen a problem with parking, even people having to have parked outside of the parking lot to come in. There is ample space across the street. That vacant lot has been there for forever. I don't know how long it's going to take to get built as well, but we have not done a beta for a study to do that. We have not seen the need for that. Like I said, a lot of our customers are from the local community. There is a lot of walking traffic, and we just feel that the parking is not going to be a problem.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I may, how many current stations do you have?
3.
3. So you would be doubling
Yes.
the amount of stations.
Yes.
And I know that usually on any typical, week, when I go see my hair lady that I've been going to forever, there's limited parking offerings in her area too, but I've never seen it super slammed, only when there's special holidays, when everyone wants to get in and have so it's very certain loads. And so I don't know if you can speak to, in your current experience, if you know that, yes, your peak days are holidays or a few days out of a holiday.
Well, this is the peak of the holiday for us, and it has not really changed as far as the parking is concerned. Now, the liquor store, people come in and go very fast, so we have a very good communication with the owner of the liquor store next door to us, and says that, he does not have a problem with any of the people parking in front as well, so very good neighbors.
And then do your gals usually book their appointments, or not gals? That's very discriminative. Your hairstylists, do they book their clients in advance, or do you know who's coming and going? And then is it for an hour, a couple of hours?
The majority of the appointments are appointment based, but very few walk-ins that we take in, and in many cases, because they don't want to wait, they'll set up an appointment, and so we try to schedule them accordingly. There's haircuts, those are usually 15-minute or less. Nails are usually maybe 30 minutes or 45 minutes or so, but everything's most of it is by appointment only.
All right, I'll still defer to what my colleague thinks is best for her ward, but I do see a little bit of a difference between this one and the prior ask, because it was vehicle intensive and not appointment driven or people being there to be worked on. So I think that is a completely different scenario, but again, I'll leave it in the councilwoman's hands. Thank you.
Okay. And I will entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Bruni.
Yeah, I just wanted to also share, I completely appreciate your commitment to being consistent. I think that's important. But in my mind, I was also thinking that the last use that we discussed was very intense. And I think they were trying to store, cars overnight, or there was a potential, right? Because it was auto mechanic. And I think this is a very different use. So Just wanted to share.
What you see here in this diagram here is probably a busy time. Yeah. There's usually a lot of empty spaces. If you drive by during the day, you can see.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
May I ask our planning folks, can we approve with a one-year review to see if we have any issues with parking, if we have any complaints from the parking, from the neighbors, or if code enforcement observes any, increase in, unreasonable increase with people? There's a sidewalk on the south side, but the north side is dirt. If we could just have a one-year review?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is possible. With a variance, once you issue it, you would then have to go through a revocation process after the required review, if there were substantial issues to warrant it to be removed. So yes, you can. Do you want it to be an administrative required review or one before public hearing? And yeah, that's all I really need to know to craft a condition.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. I think administrative would be fine. And we just, maybe 6 months, 1 year, have a code enforcement or parking go out and just take a look and make sure that we're not having any untoward issues. But I love the idea of having a salon, this type of a use in the community, and the colors are beautiful too. It looks beautiful. So,
Do you agree to that condition of being reviewed a year from now?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
In that case, Madam Mayor, I move for approval.
Madam Mayor, I'll add
With the condition.
added condition.
Thank
It
you.
would read as an administrative required review shall be conducted 1 year from the date of permanent license issuance.
Okay, please vote. Post. Motion carries. Congratulations and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you all.
Agenda item 65, 25-0508-RQR1, required review, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor LLC, owner RHGH Properties LLC, for possible action on a land use entitlement project request for a required review of an approved special use permit for an existing 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on 0.46 acres at 1600 North Rancho Drive, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Ms. Summers Armstrong. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing that I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Yes, I'm Scott Napsker with Lamar Outdoor Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept all of staff's conditions. The sign's been here for about 30 years and with no incident. Recently, we spent about $100,000 for safety upgrades, and there doesn't seem to be any issues from staff, so we would ask for your approval.
Thank you so much. Any additional comments, staff?
Yes, Mayor. Seth Floyd for the record. Although there have been changes in the surrounding area, the corner commercial site remains suitable for an off-premise sign. The off-premise sign is in conformance with the approved special use permit U-0314-94, and therefore staff's recommending approval with conditions requiring a 5-year review. Thank you.
All right, and you agree with the conditions, of course. Yes. All right. Is there anyone else? Did I say that already? No. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say thank you for coming in and talk to me about it. It's a one-sided sign so that our new development to the north, those beautiful new townhomes, are not affected. And I've also been assured that this will not become a LED sign that won't have any effect on the surrounding existing residential houses. So I move for approval.
Please vote. Post. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Thank you, you too.
Agenda item 66, reports and presentations. Report by Dr. Reese Oswald, Region 2 Superintendent, on the current educational operations in the schools within the Clark County School District in the city of Las Vegas. This impacts all wards. Dr. Malich.
Yes, Madam Mayor, City Council members, Dr. Tammy Malich, Director of Youth Development and Social Initiatives, for the record. The quarterly report for quarter 3 is submitted in accordance with NRS 388G.630 and CCSD Regulation 2130. Here to report on student achievement and star rating data disaggregated by municipality is Region Superintendent for Region 2, Dr. Reese Oswald. And with that, I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Berkeley and City Council members. My name is Reese Oswald, and I'm the Region 2 Superintendent for the Clark County School District. In regards to compliance status, on October 30th, 2025, the Compliance Monitor reported that the district has completed the process improvement plan shared with the Board of Trustees related to the district's ability to provide accurate, complete, and timely information necessary for the development and implementation of school plans of operation. This afternoon, I'll be reviewing disaggregated data that was presented to the Board of Trustees during the third calendar year quarter of 2025. Topics include student achievement and Nevada School Performance Framework. I'm pleased to report, as you all know, that data is being provided by ward for the first time, and I'm working closely with the Assessment, Accountability, Research, and School Improvement Division, also known as ARCE, to ensure that that information continues to be available to each of you. I appreciate your request for that information, knowing that the intent is to more strategically utilize resources in order to better support our schools. I'm also thankful to our RC division for making it happen. In relation to student achievement, in English language arts, student achievement, elementary students have shown a steady 3-year trend of improvement. Middle school English language arts students have shown an improvement of 5.1% and are showing signs of closing gaps. And lastly, high school English language arts students showed a 3.3% increase. In relation to mathematics student achievement, elementary students have shown a steady 3-year trend of improvement. Middle school mathematics students have shown a 3.8% increase, and high school mathematics students have increased 2.1%. In relation to science student achievement, elementary students have made a 4.6% improvement, grade 8 students demonstrated a 4.4% increase, and high school students showed a 3.6% increase. Moving on from student achievement to the Nevada School Performance Framework ratings, we've seen an increase of 11.9% of schools scoring 3 stars or higher, and nearly all schools improving upon their index scores. Now, as we conclude our data review, I'm proud to transition into some celebrations of our schools. Griffith Elementary School primary autism teacher Paris Roberts was chosen as an A+ educator. Rex Bell Elementary School is celebrating a gain of 49% with kindergarten students on the recent winter measure of academic progress assessments. Global Community High School is celebrating a 7% chronic absenteeism rate, which is a significant improvement from previous years. Vegas Verdes Elementary School is in partnership with the local trade union, Encore, and Operation Warm, allowing each student to be fitted and receive a new pair of shoes and a winter coat. And last but not least, Central Technical Training Academy student Evelyn Serrano Hernandez attended the National Student Leadership Academy in Washington, D.C., where she met various government officials and represented our district. Thank you for this opportunity, and now I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Do any members of the council have any questions? Seeing none, we thank you so much for the report. This is a report only, so no action is required.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a very happy holiday. Agenda item 67, setting the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings and nuisance litter abatements.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. citizen participation, and I know there are people that are waiting patiently for this. Citizens participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time is allowed, may be limited. It's going to be limited to 2 minutes a person. This is your opportunity to address the council, but the council is not able to respond or engage in dialogue. Would you please state your name for the record, and welcome.
Good afternoon. I am Becky Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. I'm the president of the Las Vegas Arts District Neighborhood Association.
Welcome.
Thank you. And sorry this meeting's taking so long.
Au contraire.
We, the community in the Arts District and the Gateway District, wish to bring to the attention of the council formally, so it goes on record, that there is a concern over the parking fee increases and also the reduction of free parking in the Arts District. Since we had decided to come to this meeting, I have actually spoken with Dina Babsky and Maria Tamayo Soto, and also with Councilwoman Diaz's representative. We have some ideas and chance to set up a meeting, a community meeting. And so I really greatly appreciate this willingness of the city to work with the residents and the businesses of the Arts District. And we hope that our 5-point plan that is in a change.org petition is a jumping off point for the discussions to continue and solutions that can benefit both the city and also our residents and our businesses. Thank you. Have wonderful holidays.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your patience. I know you've been sitting here for quite a while.
Oh, yes, I do this often as the president, so it's fine.
Well, thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you on this issue.
Thanks.
You're very welcome. Agenda item 69, council emerging issues, discussion regarding potential items for future city council agendas. All wards, any discussion must be limited to whether or not such proposed items shall be placed on a future agenda. No discussion regarding the substance of any proposed topic shall occur. No action shall be taken. Do any members of the council have any topics that they would like to bring forward under this item? Seeing none, we will move to the next item, which is truly one of my favorites. Agenda item 70, council members' recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. And now, why don't we start with Ms. Summers Armstrong?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have had a busy month, as always. On the 7th of December, we were with Pastor Teese and LV MPD at the Liberty Baptist Church Christmas tree giveaway. I got to hold and snuggle a baby, get snowed on, and take a really interesting picture with my husband and Dr. Teese. We had a lot of fun. I said he's my distant cousin. So we had a wonderful time, and they gave away upwards of 500 Christmas trees to folks in the community. Happy to support them, and just thank you, Liberty Baptist. On December 12th, we were with Mayor and Councilwoman Diaz and staff at the Tony Shea Day at Strong Start Academy Elementary School. It was a beautiful event. The new facility is amazing. Got to meet staff, and I'm just excited for that facility and the good work that they do. Thank you, Dr. Malich. On December 12th, also went to the Pro Bono Luncheon Awards with Legal Aid of Southern Nevada. Got to see some of my legal community folks there and other elected officials. It's just wonderful to see that we have legal professionals who are giving of their time to the community free of charge to help people navigate the legal system. It was beautiful. On this 13th, which I believe was last Saturday, I'm losing count of the days, I hung out with my old SEIU folks. They had a beautiful event in Ward 5 at the Mob Museum, had a holiday party. Everybody was dressed in their mob regalia. It looked like a speakeasy. Food was great, company was great, and thank you, SEIU, for inviting me. On the 14th, I hung out with the mayor for hours, it seemed. We started off the day with the menorah lighting on Fremont Street, and then we had the dancing dreidels were there as well. It was beautiful, and then we transitioned to the tree lighting, also on Fremont Street. And it was just nice to hang out with you, Mayor. It was both events were lovely, and it's great to see this kind of activity happening on Fremont Street. On the 15th, I joined some of my colleagues and some folks from the state of Nevada, our lieutenant governor, and representatives from the governor's office, as well as the owner of Walker Furniture and his family hosted Home for the Holidays. If you didn't have a tissue, you probably should have. They showed a wonderful video of some of the families locally that they have supported with furniture. For folks who really, really needed it. We had a beautiful rendition of Christmas carols from the Opportunity Village Choir. And it's just wonderful to see that the family is consistently giving back into our community, and I'm really excited about having Walker Furniture also in Ward 5. So upcoming events, Bolden area, holiday toy drive, the 20th, which is this Saturday. If you've got a toy that you'd like to give, please use the QR code and contact the folks to give away, give something into the community. December 22nd through January 2nd, we have winter break camps hosted by our Parks and Recs folks. Please don't leave your babies at home while the winter break is happening. We've got some wonderful activities through Parks and Rec. Keep them safe, active, and engaged, and they also have snacks. Lorenzi Park always is having community green ball classes. Please come out, bring your kids to learn how to play, hit the ball, have fun, make friends. And finally, want to say we've had some meaningful events that we have celebrated in Ward 5. We are so excited to serve this community. I'm really proud of my team, Nora, Julius, and Ara. They've done a great job staying engaged all the way through the end of the year, and they remain available to help our community at 702-229-5443. Subscribe to our newsletter so you can find out what is going on in Ward 5. And I'd just like to say Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and stay safe on the roads.
Amen. Miss Alan Polensky.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On Tuesday, December 9th, I had the opportunity to help with the final stages of the Police Memorial Playground installation. I'm grateful to our Parks and Recs Department for their hard work and dedication in making this playground reopening possible. Their efforts have helped create a safe, welcoming space for families and children to enjoy. With that, please join us for our playground's official reopening celebration this Friday the 19th at 3:30 p.m. We look forward to celebrating together and hope to see everyone there. Next up, on Saturday, December 13th, we had a fantastic morning attending our Household Hazardous Waste Collection event with Republic Services in Sun City, Summerlin. Thank you to the 326 cars that participated, helping to ensure hazardous materials were disposed of safely and responsibly. Thank you to everyone involved in the event. It was a raving success. On Monday, December 15th, I had the honor of attending a Christmas assembly at Walter Long Elementary School. I was invited to participate by the Robert and Sandy Ellis Charitable Foundation. The foundation focuses on addressing fundamental needs for students, and at this assembly, every child was given a brand-new set of shoes and a Christmas toy. Thanks to Bobby for letting me participate in this special event. He does great work throughout our community. Next up, we have 8 days before Christmas, and we have 8 children who are missing from our community. If you have any information that could help, please contact LV MPD Missing Person Detail at 702-828-3111. And finally, you can stay up to date with what's going on in our community, what's happening with events in Ward 4 by following me on Instagram, X, Facebook, all the things. We are also here to help on the phones, the old-fashioned way at 702-229-2524. We are here to assist you in any way needed. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Councilman.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is National Drunk and Drug Driving Prevention Month. During National Drunk and Drug Driving Prevention Month, we highlight the rise in impaired driving incidents during the holiday season and the importance of planning ahead for a sober ride. It's crucial to remember that alcohol, cannabis, and even some prescription medication can impair judgment and reaction time. We all play a role in prevention by speaking up when someone is unfit to drive. And happy holidays to everyone. It's been a fantastic year, and I'm grateful to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Diaz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let's see, we've been a little busy as we ramp up toward the holidays. So on December 4th, alongside NHSSN, we were able to celebrate the addition of 60 affordable apartment units for seniors in Ward 3. They're called the Golden Rule. And we're there for the ribbon cutting ceremony. And I just want to thank Michelle Merced, who's the director at NHSSN, and all of the other community members that came out to show their support and dedication to ensure that we continue to offer dignified and affordable living spaces to seniors in our community. That same day, there was a multicultural reception hosted by the Korean American Chamber of Commerce at the Strat, and I joined forces with Commissioner Sagerbloom for this event, and it was a delightful event in which many people from different backgrounds came together, and they were offering us free rides on the roller coaster that night, and I was like, I'll pass. I got my fill just going up the 108 levels to this area, the observation deck, but I skipped out on the roller coaster ride. Saturday, December 6th, we had Santa in the Circle at Baker Park. Santa in the Circle has been a longstanding community event that our downtown neighbors look forward to every year. Kat Carr and Erica Martinez hosted this beautiful, amazing event filled with dance and musical performances, train rides for our kids, and of course, the ever so popular cookie exchange from the neighbors who bake their own goodies and bring them to share. And I just want to thank everyone for coming out on a beautiful and unusually warm December morning. On December 8th, UNLV School of Landscape Architecture students presented their visions of what could be the future of Huntridge Circle Park. And so I was very impressed by what our youth are thinking we can do to uplift a gem that I know a lot of people treasure in the community. I'm also really excited about this potential partnership with our friends of Huntridge Park. We're looking to be a public-private partnership to where they're helping to support us in many different ways as we talk about how to best activate this park in our community. December 12th, we had the ribbon cutting, and I'm just going to kind of gloss over this one because Councilwoman Summers Armstrong already touched on it, but it was really nice to get a walkthrough of the new building that will house our intermediate grades, 3rd through 5th. And our principal, Miriam Benitez, is doing an amazing job there. And it was so awesome to have Tony Shea's parents alongside the mayor for this very momentous occasion and expansion of the campus. On December 13th, we had the Ward 3 Christmas Posada. Thank you to everyone who attended this year's Posada this past Saturday out of East Las Vegas Community Center. It was a tremendous success. We had over 1,000 toys distributed to the kiddos that attended and more than 2,000 folks who were in attendance. We're just so incredibly grateful to our sponsors and partners who made this possible: La Campesina radio station, Coolsville Tattoo, Telemundo Las Vegas, and more than 50 other community partners who pitched in to make this event amazing. Without everyone's support, we couldn't do it. So thank you for ensuring that we got so many smiles on so many faces that day. On December 4th, this is, I guess, a little out of order, but I was able to presence the Wind Court graduation, and I love this because I always see the remarkable journey that the women that take part of this program go through. It's usually over 2 years, and we get to celebrate their new chapter in their lives. And we get to also congratulate the hard work of every single component of the program that makes sure that these women coming out of the program are going to be the best versions of themselves moving forward. It was awesome to see past Chief Judge Cynthia Leon come back into the Muni Court for this, and also big thank you to Chief Judge Kelly Giordani, who is an amazing person who is keeping this program going strong, because I know that it definitely makes a difference in everyone's lives. I want to ask everyone to join us for Unidos por los Niños. It's a food and toy distribution event. So if you know of folks in need, needing toys, needing food, send them our way. It's Saturday. I'm thinking it's already tomorrow. But it's Saturday, and we're in need of volunteers. So if you have some time and would like to contribute some time, 10 a.m. to 3:30 at East Las Vegas Community Center, 250 Northeastern. And parking is limited, so please consider carpooling if there's several of you that know each other and want to come on down to help us. Just another plug that on Saturday, December 20th from noon to 2, we will have a program for free out of our Carolyn Goodman Plaza. You park at 500 South Main. It's going to be an awesome Vegas City Children's Choir presentation, so don't miss it. I know that every single time I hear Christmas caroling, it gets me in the mood for the holidays. Next, just save the date for The Night We Met by Crystal Ramirez, Thursday, January 8th at 11 a.m. at our Las Vegas Civic Center, 525 South Main. And this is just a bold, new, distinctive new sculpture. It's the installation of the new sculpture by this artist, and we're going to unveil it. So we just want to have everyone here to celebrate that momentous occasion that's been a work in progress. Again, just wanting to refresh everyone and remind that we have the Neighborhood Partners Fund. Up to $10,000 we can provide assistance to our neighborhood groups, and ideas for projects include cultural and community events like block parties, community workshops, newsletters to inform your neighbors about upcoming issues or important issues and upcoming events, cleanups, murals, materials to clean up graffiti, and any other sustainability project that you may have at the top of mind. So don't miss this opportunity to earn up to $10,000 in matching grant funds. And last but not least, free tree. If you live in the city of Las Vegas and you are in the zip code 89101, 89102, 104, 106, 107, and 110, you may qualify for free tree, and it's part of our overall program that Brad and Marco presented on earlier in the meeting. And that's it. I wish everyone happy holidays, and I would be remiss if I didn't publicly congratulate my parents, who just celebrated 52 years of love and their wedding anniversary. So congratulations to them.
Oh, lovely. Councilwoman Bruni.
Thank you. Happy holidays to everyone. Happy Hanukkah. Thank you to the Dancing Dreidels who joined us this morning and kicked off our long meeting with fun and good cheer. Please be safe on the roads as you make your way to holiday parties or out and about to finish your last-minute shopping. We started this holiday month of December by cleaning our Centennial Hills Park. Thanks to Get Outdoors Nevada, we appreciate your continued partnership, and thank you to our volunteers, including almost a dozen young people. The following week, we held our annual Cowboy Christmas at Floydland Park. The event gets bigger and better every year. Thank you to the almost 100 classic car owners and 50 vendors who came out and celebrated with us. Last week, Team Bruni was pleased to attend the groundbreaking for Rebecca Place, a new 30-home community for first-time buyers. This project marks the launch of Clark County's Welcome Home Community Land Trust, which is well-positioned to become a national model. We're proud to partner with the county on this milestone for attainable, sustainable housing. Last weekend, we were pleased to collaborate with the Escaramuza Charra Colibres de Nevada to host our third annual Navidad con Colibres. Almost 2,000 neighbors came out to enjoy an afternoon of horse riding events and a celebration of our cultural traditions. With the holidays, we'll be slowing down and spending some time with our families, but we'll be back ready to work hard on January the 1st. We'll see you on Thursday, January the 8th from 9 to 11 a.m. for our monthly Bocaditos with Bruni at our Centennial Hills YMCA satellite office. Please note that even though we are slowing down for the holidays next week, our team will be monitoring our phones and emails during this holiday period. So if there is a concern or something you want to talk to us about, please do reach out. You can call us or email us at ward6@lasvegasnevada.gov or call us at 702-229-5463. Happy holidays.
Thank you so much. And finishing us off for the year, Councilwoman Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was absolutely honored and thrilled to attend a Boy Scout event with Troop 407. These young men, these boys, all received their Eagle Scout new rank at the same time, which was it was only the second time in Boy Scout history that that's ever been done. First time in Nevada, and here for the first time in the city of Las Vegas. So very proud of those boys and their Scout master, she's just fabulous. We also have a couple of upcoming events. First, in Ward 2, we're going out into the community to bring the City of Las Vegas representation to Ward 2 and closer to where citizens live. And we hope to connect with residents and listen to concerns and share important updates. And our first time will be on Thursday, January 22nd from 9 to 11 at the Veterans Memorial Community Center. The second event is our regular breakfast buzz, which we skipped in December, but that is Saturday, the 31st from 9 to 10 a.m. And I encourage constituents who have not been to come join us for a hot breakfast and an update. We also have a winter break camp at the Veterans Memorial Community Center, and looking forward to visiting with constituents over the holidays, but our holidays can bring extra stress to us, and so we have some tips in the newsletter about dealing with holiday stress. I encourage all of us, when we have time off, to use it to genuinely rest and recharge to make the season more manageable, meaningful, and joyful. And if you have any issues or inquiries in Ward 2, just like the rest of the wards, we can be reached via, as Councilwoman Alan Polensky says, the old-fashioned way, via telephone, or you can email us, and we will have someone in the office every day through the holidays or monitoring the phone lines as well. Thank you very much.
And thank you. As we approach the holiday season, the city of Las Vegas wishes everybody, no matter what holiday you are celebrating, a very happy, joyous holiday season and a joyous new year. We want everyone to enjoy, but please stay safe. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.